Level 5s of the second year. These people were cream of the crop. In the Imperial Defense Academy, an average cadet would join at level 2, advance into level 3 in their second year. Then they would push through the hard bottleneck and advance to level 4 in their third year. They would graduate as a level 4 and enlist in the army. Then there were geniuses. They joined the academy at level 3. They would advance into level 4 by the end of the first year and break into level 5 by the end of the second year. In the third year, they'll make the leap of breaking into level 6. None of these could break through into level 7. There was a chasm between level 6 and level 7 similar to between level 3 and level 4, except wider and harder. It took years for a level 6 to overcome their bottleneck. Genius is not the end of the story. Varian thought as he walked into the hall. Charles Xander was a level 6 by the end of his second year. This was a guy who surpassed the definition of genius. However, advancing into level 7 was another matter. Even Charles Xander was projected to take at least 2 years. But can you really judge him by conventional methods? Varian was a bit worried. His arrival attracted the attention of some seniors. Some raised their eyebrow in displeasure and others straight out ignored him after sensing his aura. A few, however, approached him with a menacing look. They were some of the weakest auras in the room, but to Varian, they were still countless times stronger. Get off. Fucker, do you think this is a place for the likes of you? How dare you climb this floor? As expected, the world never lacked arrogant young masters, who, despite reading countless novels and watching countless dramas, tried to satiate their fragile self-worth by stepping on people weaker than them. One of them even went as far as to say, "Do you know who my grandpa is?" Wait a second. What does your grandpa got to do with this? Is he the security guard to 5th floor or something? Varian had the urge to retort but controlled himself. Instead, he opened his comm and projected the team's invitation details. Team name, Sierra members, 5 invited. Varian, hiss, all the 4 seniors sucked in cold breath. Plop, plop, the next moment, they kneeled without hesitation and begged, "Little brother, I have eyes but can't see empty tie. I deserve death, but I beg you to spare me. I have old parents at home. I have 3 kids. The third one is still in my wife's belly. Please spare my life. I will call you Grandpa." What the fuck? Are they crazy or did I come to the wrong place? Varian distanced himself from these maniacs and looked around. On the opposite of the holograms, there were exquisite tables. His comm pointed the direction, and he approached one of them. There were 4 people sitting around a blue table. There were 2 men and 2 women. Who are they waiting for? Varian didn't think it was him. Hi. I'm Varian. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll contribute my best. He introduced himself and gave a light bow. The young man with red hair was browsing his comm, glanced at him for a moment and then ignored him. The other male, a hunky one, waved his hand and said perfunctorily, "Yeah. Yeah." The petite female of the group ignored him. The young woman in the team with brown hair smiled at him and said, "Sit. We're waiting for the captain." Varian gave her a polite smile and sat down. The encounter was really awkward. Next time, I'll just do missions on my own, he thought to himself. He looked at the 4 and saw they were all busy with their comms. One was observing the duels of some powerful awakeners and studying. Other was reading a bundled online book about abyssals. The remaining 2 were checking out the latest records of some treasure ranking. Varian didn't bother them and instead checked the mission details. Abyssal traces. Abyssals have used cross-tunneling 2,300 times in the past month and entered many low dungeons on Earth. They were able to conceal themselves for reasons we do not know. But with more and more abyssals entering the dungeon, the more dangerous it is for the adventurers. The abyssals are particularly targeting geniuses. Until now, there have 303 deaths. Find out where and how the abyssals are hiding. The death count was updated in real time and was climbing every day. Varian recalled the words of the inspector. There are rumors that cadets of Imperial Defense Academy will be sent to look into this. But level 5S? Isn't that an overkill? He wondered and continued to check the mission details. Minimum MP, 3,000 extra MP rewarded based on the intel target, Virgin Dungeon. Varian was shocked. Virgin Dungeon. He recalled his near death. I have a strong feeling that it won't be good. Hey Junior, I'll call you Varian, the brunette said and continued. This mission might look easy, but the enemies are at all on level 5. To be honest, you won't be of any help and will instead be a burden. But since Captain owes someone a favor, she is letting you in. Follow what we say. Help us with trivial tasks. Make the most of this experience. Varian was uncomfortable initially, but realized she was only being honest. There was no contempt in her tone and she said things as they were. I won't cause you trouble. He thought for a moment and said. I am weak now, but not for long. She checked her calm and stood up. Then let's go. Captain said she will directly come to the mission location. She said, and they exited the mission hall. They boarded a Star Treasure hover car, which was much faster than usual hover cars, and in a few minutes, Varian found himself in front of the familiar dungeon gate. Except this time, the dungeon was far more strictly guarded. Varian even felt auras as strong as level 5. The crystal gate covered with inscriptions. The gate that nearly took his life, but also gave him a new one. He took a deep breath. This time, he was different. Let's go. A cold and commanding voice said. Varian turned around to see the Sarah, senior sister of that day in her combat uniform. Varian. Sarah said in the front, startling everyone. Yes, Captain? Varian inquired. He was curious about why she allowed him to enter the team. Wasn't she afraid of Charles Xander? She glanced back at him for a moment before turning ahead. Don't die. Yes. Varian answered. Follow me. Even though the possibility is small, check for clues of abyssals along the way. She said and waved her hand. 2 boards of water appeared beneath her and Varian. In the next moment, they took off at a high speed. The world felt like it was put into fast forward, and dust rose into the air. The hunky guy sprinted at a high speed without breaking a sweat. Controller or enhanced? Varian wondered. The red-haired one just flew. However, his feet were only a few feet above the ground. Telekinetic. Varian finally saw one. A brown light covered the petite girl as her hands turned into claws and a tail appeared behind her. Her beast must be something similar to a leopard. She ran with them and had no problems keeping up. Beast Morpher level 5. Varian was amazed. This team was great. The brunette stood still on the ground, but the piece of ground under her moved. It was a bizarre yet beautiful sight. Earth Awakener level 5. The demon rabbits in the vicinity of their path were blown into pieces by the sheer speed. Varian was nostalgic, remembering how he struggled to kill this creature on his first time. As they dashed to the inner zone of the dungeon, Varian noticed a detail. All the teammates kept a deliberate distance from Sarah. It was a sign of respect and they seemed to do it subconsciously. This went beyond normal respect for a captain and approached revere. That was when it hit him. Sarah. 56k MP. Third on the amethyst list. It must be her. To back his guess, there was another crucial evidence. Her own behavior facing Charles. That day in front of the dormitory, she spoke to him as equals. As his guess consolidated, Varian felt his head spin. Just how the fuck did his tutor get her favor? Where are we going, Captain? Ivy, the petite and quiet girl of the team, asked with shining eyes as she sprinted. Her tail bounced in the air cutely, but it just strangled a few dozen demon rabbits. I arrived here yesterday and planted trackers on a few geniuses. If Abyssals want to kill off the geniuses, following them was the best solution. Sarah said. Varian frowned. He recalled the inspector telling him this strategy failed. Dungeon Bureau already tried your method and failed. Crimson, the red-haired young man said. Sarah snapped her fingers and a water hammer hit Luca. Stupid. Do you think Abyssal's roots have not penetrated the Dungeon Bureau? What? Varian felt an urge to throw up. Even though he knew there were traitors within, realizing that even the officers betrayed their race made him angry. We didn't inform anyone of our arrival for the very reason. Plus, I received a secret report informing the adventure team flame dancers are likely to be targeted. Sarah said as her short blue hair fluttered in the wind. Her gaze, however, was on Varian. He looked normal on the surface, but he was in a mess as he recalled seeing the same information in the Red Fief Castle. Does she know I'm the one that submitted the info? We'll follow the flame dancers, she said, and they entered the inner zone of the dungeon. The level 2 monsters, dark lions, and rainbow snakes tried to attack them. Varian could easily win them in a fight. He could even take on 10 of them. However, there was no need. Crimson clenched his fist, and the beasts were crushed to flesh and bones. Hiss. Varian took a cold breath. Even though he was a lot stronger than a magic beast, he was a level 2. Strength. Without strength, I will be like those magic beasts. Crushed without resistance. Varian felt a longing from the bottom of his heart. They took the shortest path to their moving target, and that meant passing through a forest of level 2 magic beasts. There was even a level 3 beast which fell under one swipe from Ivy. Varian got a short glimpse of what it meant to have power over others for the first time. Soon, Sarah and others stopped. We'll keep our distance. Keep watch. Sarah instructed with gestures. Thankfully, Varian studied the basics and was able to follow. He hid the farthest in the bushes. He could vaguely see a bunch of flames flickering in the distance. Smoke filled the air. There was a vague yet unmistakable smell of roasted magic beast meat. These guys are having barbecue? Varian wondered. He took out the binoculars from his space ring and saw through them. Flame dancers were all fire awakeners. They were all young and strong. With a single shot, every flame dancer was able to injure a magic beast. With each fight, they improved a little. These guys might advance to level 3 before they turn 18. The fight continued as the group battled magic beasts, from demon apes to sleeping giants. Soon, a few hours passed. Even with his greater human physique, Varian felt his legs go numb. Gree, a small roar sounded, and a beast covered in crystal armor appeared. It looked like a tortoise, but its speed was the opposite. Look! Crystal beast. Hunt it and we'll be rich. Go! The flame dancers' excited voices sounded even to the distant Varian. Varian looked at the other teammates and saw they all had the same expression on their faces. A frown. Crystal beasts weren't supposed to appear in this section of dungeon at all. Their habit was at least a few hundred km away and they stayed in their territory. This was clearly mentioned in the Virgin Dungeon Manual that Varian studied for his first dungeon adventure. Ah! Something clicked in his mind and Varian messaged Sarah frantically. At the moment, the flame dancers chased the crystal tortoise to a nearby mountain. As they turned around, their eyes widened. Sarah saw the message in her comm and yelled, "It's a trap." Boom! Is it? Varian sighed in relief. Others would be frustrated since they couldn't participate in the combat. But not him. He was extremely happy that nothing out of the ordinary happened. Until now, everything he stepped into turned into a disaster. His first dungeon adventure. His entrance test. His college. System, don't mess with this one. Varian hoped. As this system informed you, it has no active control over your fate. Just like how fire gives heat by its very quality, I bring balance by intrinsic nature. What are you? Varian, come in. Sarah's voice sounded from the calm. Varian was on his feet the next second and rushed to the mountain. Hiss, as he turned around, he sucked in a cold breath. The ground was scorched for a large area, and only a crater remained. Crimson was examining the traces on the crater using his telekinetic sensitive powers. One of the aspects of a telekinetic was their exquisite perception. Olivia, the brunette, was also touching the ground and trying to sense something with her Earth Awakener powers. Ivy was on guard with her keen beast senses, famous for every beast morpher, accompanied by Luca, the body awakener. Only Sarah stood alone. She looked unperturbed. Where are the flame dancers? Varian thought as he approached the team. They continued their work. However, Varian could feel the tension in the air. He glanced at the crater and realized one thing. Only blood. No ash. No bones. Just Flame Dancer's team might be dead. Sarah appeared beside him before he knew and said calmly. Varian nodded. Or missing. She added, and an amused smile appeared on her face. You were clear about the habits of that creature earlier. There are hundreds of creatures in each dungeon with different habitats. Did you study all details for the mission? She gave him an inquisitive look. Truth or lie? He wondered and finally decided to be honest. This is the closest dungeon to my home city. I was studying this dungeon since childhood. He said. I see. Then do you have any idea how they can suddenly disappear? Sarah asked. Her tone, however, was full of confidence, and she didn't seem like she needed any ideas. She doesn't need the answer. She's merely trying to test me. Varian realized. We're in Inner Zone. There are several special structures here. They might have disappeared into that special structure. He said and glanced at the crater. Sarah's lips curled up, and she nodded. Your knowledge is not bad. But your level is. Is that a compliment or an insult? He didn't know how to respond. I can confirm they're not dead. There is no bone ash. Crimson yelled from the distance. Captain, I've found the entrance. Olivia appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Sarah said and turned to him. Don't worry, I'll protect you as long as it doesn't endanger the mission. As if. Varian held back the words and followed. Silence could mean many things. Sometimes, it was defeat. Other times, it was a sign of patience. Olivia walked to the crater and flicked her fingers. The soil shook and parted. A few meters deep, there was a small tower-like structure 1 foot in length. This is the entrance to a special location. Those guys must have accidentally triggered it and dragged Abyssals in. Olivia said. We'll follow them in and get the Abyssals. Sarah said, and everyone nodded. Special locations were like special maps. They were only accessible through entrances in the dungeon. The problem was that any entrance would move after a few days. However, special locations were still sought after since they provide more benefits to the adventurer. For instance, map of sections of core area, special herbs, elixirs and so on. It's my first time getting in. But why do I have this ominous feeling? Varian had no choice. Even if his senses screamed at him, he had to continue on with the mission. Get ready. Iva said and pressed the small tower. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. Varian found himself inside a gloomy chamber. There was a rotten smell everywhere. He looked down to see traces of green and red blood moving into the distance. Abyssals and flame dancers. They must have fought, resulting in a chase. We need to hurry up before either of the teams is killed. Sarah said and waved her hand. Sarah couldn't let Abyssals die. But she also didn't want to see the death of fellow humans. Whoosh, a water bubble enveloped Varian, and he was thrust forward at an insane speed just behind Sarah as the teammates kept up. They dashed through the narrow paths and soon reached the entrance of a large hall. Varian was pushed some distance away with his bubble. From the distance, he glimpsed into the hall. There were mutilated corpses of humans and abyssals. There was an extremely even, but quick fight. Varian observed that all abyssals sort of blew up their legs. Suicide bombing? A faint breathing sounded. The team focused on the source. One previously thought of the corpse was still alive. Its limbs were severed and there was a gaping wound in his torso that tore his lungs. However, there was still some life that refused to die. His eyes refused to shut. He looked at the team with deadpan eyes. Varian, even from the distance, could see he had no hope of survival. His eyes were shifting towards the other human corpses. His friends and teammates. No more. Crimson concluded, so their objective is to mutual destruction. Doesn't make sense. Varian shook his head. If they had the absolute initiative advantage on top of their intel, why would anyone go for such inefficient missions? He felt the auras from the bodies. Out of the 4 humans, 2 were still level 1. The other 2 were level 2 from the abyssal side, all were level 2. If I was the head of abyssal planning, I'd never do this. Varian thought. If you possess way more forces than the opponent, crush them with an overwhelming force. He thought back to an old stratagem. The one still breathing tried to speak but ended up coughing blood. The team searched the surroundings for any traces of abyssals. Meanwhile, Sarah approached the sole survivor and said, "We can't save you, but we can avenge who made you this way." I cough. He coughed blood and his voice turned weaker. Abyssals are not stupid beings. They are an intelligent foe. Varian was lost in thought. Sarah bent down and put her ears near his face. If sacrificing 4 soldiers were to benefit me, then, the enemy they kill must be more valuable. Varian glanced at his teammates and felt their high aura. Their level 5 aura. It was way higher than level 2. Level 5s are good enough. What if? Then it struck him. At the same moment, Sarah was finally able to catch the almost inaudible words, it's a trap. Boom. Boom. Bow. The explosions continued, but Varian felt the world go silent. He could see the shock waves hit from the explosion, sending rocks everywhere. He could feel the prickling sensation of the special rocks piercing his skin and his warm blood trickle out. But he couldn't hear anything. Survive first. He got up from the debris and rushed behind a collapsed wall. The dust slowly cleared, and he was able to see the situation. He took out his binocular and peered at the hall. His greater human eyesight, added with binoculars, made for the perfect spy camera. His teammates were standing in a formation. Sarah, Olivia covered the front while Crimson, Ivy and Body Awakener, Luca, covered the rear. Sarah's lips moved, and the team shot outwards. Varian saw their targets and his eyes widened. There were abyssals as expected, but there were also humans. What the fuck? He cursed. There were 8 abyssals and 8 humans. Every one of their aura reached level 5. Hideouts. Varian's hearing slowly returned, but he was not in a mood to appreciate it. If his teammates of 5 fought with 16 enemies, they'd be dead for sure. You scum. Ivy spat and raised her paw. Varian barely could capture her moments as she disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of 2 humans. The humans, apparently were all male, were dressed in all black. The dress code was eerily similar to Enigma and Blue Flash's. It seemed to be the uniform of Shadow Order. Ivy's claw descended with a gigantic momentum and was about to pierce them into pieces. Right then, the 2 men punched back. Ivy beast instincts kicked into action and she twisted her body to an insane posture, dodging all the attacks. This meant her paw hit the ground instead. Boom! Ivy's paw blasted the ground and cracks spread like spider webs. At that moment, the 4 fists aimed for her vitals. Ivy strained her body and dodged. Boom! Boom! Their barrage of punches broke the floor and Ivy's momentum. Strength was not her beast's forte. She could take on one body awakener with ease, but two turned the game against her. Soon, she could only dodge and was suppressed. Her body was subjected to high tension, as she had to dodge every attack. The toll was rising. Die! Crimson yelled and waved his hand. Dozens of swords shot at two abyssals at an insane speed. Varian's vision could no longer keep up and he only saw flashes from the swords. Cling, the next thing he saw was a huge thunder wall blocking off the swords. The source of the thunder wall was a human. Taking the opportunity, the two abyssals rushed at Crimson. Their fists reached his head in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a huge blast, and the shock waves turned the room into rubble. Varian saw Crimson a few meters away from his previous location. He was using his telekinetic abilities to hold up shields and block the incoming attacks. At the same time, he used spears and darts to attack the abyssals. He had an exquisite control and would have brought down at least one of the two abyssals, if not for the human. The human used his thunder abilities and parried his attacks. For each spear from his side, there was a thunder spear from the other. The group soon suppressed Crimson. His body suffered from backlash as he tried to hold the shields against the crazy bombardment of abyssal punches. Boom! Boom! It was only a matter of minutes. Varian's heart sank as he glanced at the next battle. Olivia's moments were sluggish, and she was barely able to bring upon the earth walls to block the spear of an abyssal. Varian saw a human in the distance standing still with closed eyes. Telepath. They were affecting her mind, and she was fighting two of them at the same time. She tried to launch an offensive at the telepath, but the abyssal blocked every one of them. Due to her delayed timing, she wasn't able to block all the attacks properly. This led to her suffering injuries, which slowly rose. The result seemed to be set in stone. Varian then turned to Luca. Luca was facing two abyssals. The three of them were body awakeners. Luca was stronger than each of them, but not both of them together. However, Luca used his skills and found an opportunity to land a strike on his opponent's head. A critical strike and game changer. Right when his fist was about to land, he felt his arm was caught in something solid. The space around his arm was frozen. With his momentum, he broke the frozen space, but the delay due to obstruction was enough to save the abyssal. It even gave the abyssal enough time to counterattack. Boom! Luca hastily blocked, but the attack sent him flying. He quickly got to his feet. However, his shoulder bone was dislocated, and he was bleeding. His combat power undoubtedly dropped. Facing two body awakener abyssals and a space awakener human at his own level, Luca didn't stand a chance since the beginning. Bang! The building started to shake. Varian moved a few hundred meters more and felt his heart shake. Even from here, the blasts were loud and the shock waves hard. His mind was frantic. On one hand, he was blown away by the sheer scale of the battle. On the other, he was worried. System, you son of a bitch. Is this what you call balance of crisis and opportunity? He cursed. He found a new hiding spot and got into it. He knew things could get dangerous, but he believed the dangers were solvable. Now, how would he survive against level 5s? Host, this system is not a son. Also, you are still alive and kicking. Varian's face trickled with hatred as he wished to bash this system and discipline it. I think your dad is god of destruction and disaster. He thought bitterly. However, his mind was already thinking of the next course of plan. Should he escape? He would be easily spotted and killed without resistance. Stay. Wasn't that waiting to be killed? Holding his hope, he brought up his binoculars and found Sarah. Sarah, the suspected third on the amethyst list. The moment he found her, his eyes widened. The man in black cursed. You deceived everyone that you left on a mission yesterday. You didn't even register for the mission. Absurd. Sarah chuckled softly, but her eyes turned cold. These maggots infiltrated the academy and were the biggest internal threat to humanity. An abyssal clenched his fist. Why you came for the cross-tunnel formation, right? Sarah smiled. If I said I came looking for someone, would you believe me? I suggest you leave. Your friends and that little bug there will have to die. The abyssal pointed towards Varian. However, his finger was shaking. Sarah's lips curled. A soft blue light shone across her body and she appeared in front of Abyssal the next moment. She raised her fist covered in a blue light. The blue light turned into spiked ice sphere, adding extra lethality. Wah! Everyone was surprised by her sudden attack. The Abyssals and humans only had a small period to block. The Abyssals hurriedly punched at her fist. The two humans used their respective powers. Telekinetic and Planty. A shield rushed to block the fist. The human turned his arm into a branch and extended it to block the punch. Sarah didn't back down and swung her fist. Creak! The ice spikes on her fist constructed by Water Awakener abilities broke through the branch defense and destroyed the shield at the cost of destroying itself. Then her fist punched through the three abyssal fists and hit her target, Abyssal Head. Plop! Similar to a watermelon, the head of the abyssal burst. The brain juices splattered and Sarah was dyed in the green blood. The smile on her lips just increased. Everyone, be it friend or foe, was astonished. Her teammates looked at her in awe. Her enemies looked at her in fear. But one person looked at her in confusion. This is it, right? The leading abyssal's voice quivered. You are really level 6 Dual Awakener. Dual Awakener. Synonymous with invincibility at the same level. However, Dual Awakeners could never be sovereigns for some reason. It was their curse. Sarah gritted her teeth and leapt to the telekinetic human, crossing dozens of meters in no time, and waved her hand. A shining ice blade slashed at his neck. He hurriedly used his mental power on the blade and tried to slow it down. In the gap, the Abyssals hastily thrusted their spears to break the blade, while the other human extended his branch-turned arm once again and formed a complex shield. Sarah punched her way through the shield and spears while the ice blade slashed at the human's neck. Arg! The telepath's head rolled down to the ground and his body slumped on the floor. The glasses were thrown off and his shocked eyes were revealed. A level 5 awakener was a respectable position in Human Federation. Perhaps if he didn't choose this path, he'd be living a good life. Obediently reveal the location of your secret hideouts and I can spare you. Sarah promised. No one believed her promise. Including herself. We'll at least injure you before we die. The Abyssal gritted his teeth. All the 5 attacked her at once. At the same time, the leading Abyssal yelled, "Kill everyone. Quick." Sarah faced the incoming attacks with a confident smile. A soft blue light shone and formed a barrier around her. Boom, 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 the punches that could break mountains, the branches that could slice many metals were all blocked. She slapped with the back of her hand and a huge water hand appeared in the air. It hovered over the 3 abyssals and 2 humans. As their bodies froze in fear, it descended with momentum. Slap. Like a palm-slapping mosquito, it slapped them to paste. Boom. Bang. On the other side, the situation turned for the worse. Luca finally couldn't hold on. When he was about to dodge the Abyssal's kicks, the space froze and he stagnated for a moment. That was all they needed. Crack. Luca's ribs broke, and he crashed into the ground. He tried to get up, but the Abyssals gave him no chance. Crack. Crack. His arms and legs were broken successively. The telepath messing with Olivia's mind gained more control, and Olivia took a direct hit on her stomach. Glurg, the punch nearly crushed her lungs and crashed her into the debris. She was only alive because of the defensive 5-star treasure. The Abyssal caught up to her, and she tried to control the ground to slide her away at the last moment. But she couldn't escape the attack completely. Creak arg, her vest saved her from being crushed into a meat paste, but it couldn't save her from serious injuries. Olivia's head spun, and she saw Abyssal catching up to her again. On the other side, Ivy's beast form was now less pronounced. Her cat tail and ears were gone. Only her paws remained. She was panting and felt the imminent collapse of her body. Her forte was speed, not strength. Yet facing these two humans who were clearly enhanced awakeners, she overexerted herself and for long. As the Abyssals closed distance with her and kicked at her chest, she tried to dodge as always. But, she reached her limit. Crack, ugh, Ivy was tossed into the distance like a broken doll. Crimson had it worst. His right torso was burnt after he was hit by the thunder. His left arm was barely intact, and he was using all his strength to defend himself using his telekinetic power on the shields. The Abyssals used their numbers advantage and punched through the shields. With each punch, Crimson's resistance weakened. He tried to escape by using telekinetic power to pull him away. But the Thunder Awakener from the back spoiled that chance. Death seemed inevitable. When all seemed lost, Sarah turned to her teammates. They thought they were defending themselves till the last minute, but it turned out they were spared to be used as bargaining chips. Sarah raised an eyebrow. I don't like negotiating. Huge water hands appeared around the Abyssals and Shadow's Order minions, capturing them in one fell swoop. Heal yourself. I will take care of everything. Sarah nodded at them and moved a few meters away in a blink. The water hands brought the captured in front of her. Her teammates struggled but pulled themselves away from the battlefield and slowly walked away. He also wanted to help out his teammates, but he argued himself against it. Today there were enough, it was a trap, moments. What if he went there, and it repeated? But there was one common thing between Varian and his teammates. They both looked at Sarah in admiration. Power. This is power. Varian admired how Sarah was able to change the situation by her power alone. I'll ask one by one. Sarah smiled and waved her hand. The water hands pushed the men in black forward. Sarah glanced back at her teammates and took a deep breath. Even though she looked like she didn't care, her cold eyes said it all. She was furious. With a snap, she removed the masks. As expected, the faces were of celebrities and officials. Fake faces. She waved her hands, and the masks were put on again. Who hired you? Who gave you the information? First to tell me we'll live. The Shadow Order elites glanced at each other and fell silent. Sarah squinted her eyes and the water hand holding them grew thorns. It pierced deep into their body. Arg, erg, karrr, they yelled in pain but didn't answer. How long can you hold on before one of you breaks down? The water thorns turned into ice and they stabbed deep into the warm bodies. By.tch. Shad, Nevada. They glared at each other and gritted their teeth. Watching from the distance, Varian felt his hair erect. Even though they looked struggling, their eyes were resolute. Boom! The human bodies imploded, blasting Sarah away. It was a small suicide explosion and Sarah was fine. But she instinctively used her mana to shield herself and this meant the water hands collapsed. And the Abyssals escaped. Sarah was furious and to some degree, humiliated at her own action. Stay. She waved her arm and a huge water arm captured the escaping Abyssals. The Abyssals struggled. Sarah brought them closer and glared into their eyes. Then they too glared at her. Boom. 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 All the bodies of Abyssals and humans exploded. A huge mushroom rose 100 meters into the air. The teammates who were moving away were also affected and were thrown further away into the distance. It was not fatal, but they were all incapacitated. Their injuries increased manifold. To live was to truly suffer. They proved it. As the dust cleared, Sarah coughed blood and collapsed onto her knees. Unknown to her, Varian's hideout was also blown away, and he was moderately injured despite being a few hundred meters away. However, instead of complaining, Varian sighed in relief and patted himself. I knew it. The dust filled the air and Varian could barely see a thing. However, he heard footsteps. Weak. Unsteady. Yet heavy footsteps. No. There were two of them. Varian felt his heart stop for a moment when he realized the direction. It was towards Sarah. Go or not go? At the same time, Sarah was experiencing one of the worst injuries. Suicide bombing was unique to Shadow Order. So she didn't suspect Abyssals would do the same. They used that to their advantage. Even though she protected herself at the last moment, the distance was too close. The bomb was also far more dangerous. Now, almost all bones were broken, and her organs were working only because of her controller physique. If she was a normal water awakener, she'd be dead. Even though her water shield blocked most of the power, her survival was attributed to two things. Her defense star treasure, which was broken during the explosion. And her strong body thanks to being a controller level 6. Without either of these, she'd still die. In fact, even if there was a slight negligence from her side, she'd have died. Was I their target all along? Sarah felt shivers down her spine. Why was the management not aware of this? She was the third strongest cadet in one of the top 5 academies of Human Federation. How could her information leak? Who could even have the authority? The more she tried to avoid, the clearer the answer became. Sarah closed her eyes and exhaled in pain. The pain of knowing the truth overwhelmed her physical pain. A traitor at the very top of the pyramid. Maybe they just wanted to eliminate competition. So they used Abyssals. She tried to tell herself, but she knew it was not true. Witnessing the seamless cooperation between the Abyssals and humans, she was clear that they were not acting together for the first time. They were long-term partners. These beasts, betraying their own race. Her pendant shone, and it stopped her bleeding. It was a 5-star treasure and helped her multiple times. She would be healed in a few hours, thanks to her controller physique. Now that every enemy was dead, she could at least rest. Click. Sarah's ears perked up as she heard footsteps. Is it Varian? She tried to move her broken body. Click. Click. The footsteps got clearer and louder. No. These footsteps are too heavy. She felt powerless. In her 20 years of life, this would be her most vulnerable situation. She glanced to the side and saw her teammates in the distance. They couldn't even move. She could only rely on herself. No one would help her. Except that one person. Sarah thought back to the happiest time in her life. Keek. Dad. A hoarse voice sounded and Sarah turned to the side. A human walked towards her. His body was a mess. His internal organs, except his heart, were crushed. The only thing that kept him alive seemed to be a strange star treasure on his body. Sarah identified him to be the Space Awakener. He teleported under guise of explosion, damn it. She struggled to get up but couldn't. Her body was too injured for that. Even with the emergency healing from the pendant, she couldn't move. Ha ha ha. My name will be honored. Killing you will make Phil my cause. Shadow Order will reign supreme. He laughed hoarsely. A sword appeared in his arm. As he raised his arm just collapsed like a snapped branch. Even though he teleported and hid himself, he was also injured from the explosion. Arg, he grimaced, but his eyes were fixated on the injured Sarah. His gaze was fanatical as he raised the sword his other hand. He was about to swing. Creak. He looked down at his chest in disbelief as a water arrow lodged itself in his heart. Sarah collapsed on the ground. She spent most of her mana to shield herself from the fatal explosion. This was the last bit of mana, but it saved her life. Looks like I won. She smiled. No, you didn't. A deep voice sounded and an abyssal emerged behind her. Click. Click. He was approaching from behind. She couldn't see him. This only made the footsteps more dreary. Sarah was a level 6 controller. She had extraordinary senses, but in her current condition, she could barely register the sound, much less fathom the target's condition based on the sound. So she didn't notice the abyssal approaching her was in a terrible condition. One of his arms was completely missing. With each step, the gaping holes in his body spewed out more green blood and bits of insides. His internal organs were now pieces, and he'd die in minutes. But he marched for the final bout. "Whew, man, Sarah." He approached her with pride. He couldn't even exert 1% of his strength and would die away from his homeland. But his contribution would never be forgotten. For he would have killed a level 6 dual awakener. One of the brightest geniuses of humanity. If given a chance, perhaps she would even break the limitations and become a sovereign. His lips curled up, but most of his teeth were missing. His face was losing a good chunk of flesh, and his current look could scare even the bravest of adults. As he saw the prey waiting to be slaughtered, the abyssal saw himself on the edge of completing his life's purpose. All his life would be anchored upon this one act. This was it. He felt something welling up in his eyes. Unknowingly, tears trickled down his cheeks. Or the lack thereof. "I will die, but my people will live on. My life will be a fuel for our race to survive." He recalled his home for a moment, and his eyes showed nostalgia and love. His wife. His young son. He closed his eyes and prayed for them to witness the survival of his race in his stead. Then his eyes shot open. Looking at Sarah, there was no kindness in his eyes. Only ruthlessness. He'd kill 1,000 such humans to save one abyssal. He reached behind her and raised his only arm. The skin and muscle in his fist were missing. Only the bones were left. The pain screamed at his brain, but he willfully ignored it for his final duty. His fist clenched, and he prepared himself to finish her off. Sarah wasn't scared of her impending death. As the hideous skeleton fist raised above her head, she was strangely serene. She looked into the sky as she laid on the ground. Her cheeks were already wet as she remembered that person. She came searching. Perhaps that person was here. This was a good place for a secret mission, right? She even convinced her father that she was coming to find cross-tunnel formations, the technology that allowed abyssal to teleport their kind from abyss to dungeons. This was her mission. Her team's mission was to just find traces of abyssals and their hideouts. She thought even if she failed, she might just go home and try again. But now, there was no going back. All that gratitude she would never be able to pay back. Everything would end. "I'm sorry, Mom, bro, I'll be joining you. Dad lost himself in revenge after you died. He never removed that scar. He says it is his reason. I don't see his reason in that scar, I only see his guilt." Sarah's cheeks were flooded with tears once again. The fist descended, announcing her end. But in her final moments, her brain was unusually active. It was as if everything in the world slowed down. Her trail of thoughts continued. "Dad didn't want me to come here, but I insisted. Now if he loses even me to the abyssals due to his decision to let me here, then..." She felt a lump in her throat. "Dad, I'm sorry. If I die here, you'll blame yourself the most. I'm sorry." She sobbed. Her hair shook as the bone fist punched down with momentum. "Die." The abyssal kept his eyes wide open to witness the greatest moment of his life. Sarah kept her eyes open to witness her final moment. Then... SZZZ. A bright light flashed, and a sword pierced through eye of abyssal. At the same time, a hand pulled Sarah away. Boom! The fist punched on the ground and created a crater a few feet deep. The sheer force of the punch shook the surrounding ground as the gravel rose with the shock waves. However, the bone fist loosened, and the body collapsed. The sword that pierced the eye passed through the brain, ending the Abyssal's life. The final Abyssal collapsed. He was the only Abyssal who died with his body intact. Sarah was still in a trance. The pull at the final moment saved her. If not, her skull would be crushed. Even though the shock waves still injured her, she was alive, somehow. But, how? She couldn't move her neck, but the footsteps approached her. Then she saw the face she didn't want to believe. The junior she accepted for the mission. The one she was supposed to protect. You. I'll help others. Varian grinned and walked towards his teammates. His hand was still numb from the sword strike earlier. The moment he heard the footsteps, he guessed their identities. From the beginning, he felt it was weird for the Space Awakener to be caught by Sarah and not escape. Then the humans killed themselves, blasting their body to pieces. Next, Abyssals tried to escape and Sarah didn't notice the missing body mess in her hurry. When the Abyssals exploded, this Space Awakener saved an Abyssal, and they teleported out. They escaped before the explosion completely engulfed them, but they were still injured. Then their injuries made sense. Varian reached his teammates. They were seriously injured in the fight. Thankfully, they were on the periphery of the explosion. Now, they were all unconscious. Varian spotted a cave in the distance and carried them one by one. He made sure not to teleport while carrying them, even though he was tempted to do that. Finally, he placed Sarah by their side. The cave was on a tall, barren mountain. So the chance of magic beasts running into them would be minimal. He picked out 5 vials from his space ring and sighed in distress. There was a green liquid inside. A healing medicine. He brought them yesterday for his first mission. It cost him all his fortune to buy it. They costed 2 MP each. I even thought I made a bargain by buying them at my 8 MP, but who knew this would happen? He sighed and gave the medicine to the group of 5, including Sarah. It only needed to be poured on their skin, and it will enter their body and heal them. Merit points, 0. Cursing his poverty, Varian reached the battle site, took the abyssal body and human body into his space ring, and then returned to the cave. Everyone was unconscious. Except Sarah. Sarah couldn't speak yet. But her eyes were wide open as she observed this newbie, who acted beyond his level. Varian took out the 2 corpses and inspected them. He was searching for one answer. The one thing that didn't make sense. If I was the Space Awakener, and if my goal is to kill Sarah, then I'd go as far from explosion as possible. I'll be without injuries, then I can kill Sarah easily. Varian glanced at Sarah. She was looking at him with curiosity and gratitude. Rest for some time. Everyone will wake up in a few hours. Varian smiled. Sarah blinked her eyes in response and slowly fell asleep. There was a smile on her face, it was full of relief. If the Space Awakener kept himself safe, he could have easily killed the injured Sarah. Varian went back to his reasoning. But why would that guy go out of his way to save one abyssal? Then Varian glanced at the corpses and snapped his fingers. Only 2 possibilities. 2. Varian clutched his forehead. There is something important on this abyssal, which he must not lose. Since all abyssals blasted themselves, that thing could have been broken. Only this guy will have it intact. Varian decided to first search their space rings. In the human space ring, he found a few star treasures, swords, spears, etc. There were also some healing vials. That's it? Varian checked it once again and found one last thing. A bunch of pictures. He retrieved them. They were all the same pictures. They showed 2 women in all black. They used glasses, so he couldn't see their eyes. There was a mask covering the rest of their face. Even their hair was covered. It was the classic Shadow Order uniform, albeit a bit different. Varian was somehow sure it was them. Even more strangely, there are even pictures of Enigma and Blue Flash in this very location. Enigma and Blue Flash. What the hell is going on? Enigma was the famed head of Shadow Order. No one who saw her speak was alive. There were only pictures of her propagated by Shadow Order. Shadow Order, these scum, who betray their own race, and kill the geniuses, who will secure humanity's future. These two at the helm of such an organization? Then why did they didn't kill me? Varian fell into confusion. Soon, he shook his head. It doesn't matter now. He reached for the abyssal space ring. Huh. Varian couldn't access it despite the abyssal being dead. Star treasures were bound to one person and could only be used by them. It could have been different, but this was the rules by the pioneers of star treasures. The only way for another person to use them was to have the original owner unbind them or kill the original owner. However, star treasures were merely inspired by artifacts. Artifacts were the treasures found in ruins, the legacy of Devis. Thus all star treasures were man-made. Abyssals must have had a different trajectory. So they would have followed a different set of rules for their version of star treasures. That said, Varian was stuck. Damn. He injected his chi and space power. The space ring rejected them. He even used the blood from Abyssal. It didn't respond. Fuck. He cursed in a low quietly. Varian exited the cave and kept fiddling. He couldn't open the space ring, no matter what. System, can you open this thing? He finally thought of someone or thing that could. Host, does this system look like a thief to open other space rings? Its voice was still cold, but Varian felt it was annoyed. Varian sighed for a moment. Yeah, you look like a thief. Your great-grandma was a thief. It said and fell silent. Varian laughed at its antics. He didn't know that system was speaking the truth. Varian continued to try while also keeping an eye on the surroundings. The special locations were all present in the hidden regions. So the possibility of humans finding them was low. But magic beasts were enough to give him a headache. Arian. A cold but weak voice sounded, and Varian saw Sarah slowly getting up. Take it easy. You're the most injured. He helped her out. She hesitated, but held his hand and walked out. I'm fine, she said and sat down outside the cave, beside his sitting spot. Varian sat back in his position. He was actually nervous. He hoped she didn't notice him using teleportation to reach behind the abyssal before he thrust his sword into that guy's eye. The fewer people know it, the better. Especially Charles. Sarah looked at his distracted face and swallowed the words that came to her mouth. She was used to being on the receiving end of attention everywhere she went. Now, someone was ignoring her. But if he did this to other captains, he'd face a very hard time. Errands, cut in merit points per mission and even kicked out of the team. So that's why Seth wanted me to be your captain. You're lucky. She chuckled lightly, startling Varian. But we are more lucky, she sighed in relief. Yes? Varian wondered how could one laugh just after near-death experiencing. He completely ignored how he and Kyle did the same. Did she go crazy or what? Oh no, I must be careful in case she's gone crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if system calls this act of balance. Sarah noticed Varian's weird gaze and coughed slightly. She regained her calm and cool bearing. Varian, however, was ready to run. Thank you. Sarah bowed. I did what I should. I'm sure you would have saved me if I was in danger. Varian shrugged. You could have escaped. I'm surprised that you didn't, despite being a level 2. Sarah slowly said. Ugh. Varian's face twitched. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say level 2 is bad. Everyone has to go through that level at some point. It's just, why did you still stay when the fight turned unfavorable? Varian looked at her curious eyes and said, I considered escaping a few times. If me dying doesn't change the outcome, I might as well not die. I have things to do in life. Sarah looked surprised at his honesty. The risk I took at the end was different. My participation would make a difference. So I took my chance. So there you go. I'm not as brave as you imagine. If a level 8 comes here, I'd be the first to run, Captain. Varian rubbed his chin with a serious expression. Pfft, don't you think I'll be disappointed in you? Your answer is the opposite of what every captain wants to hear. Sarah laughed. I'm just being honest. Varian looked at the sky and saw himself in the future. Then, he would battle level 5s. With this mission in the bag, the future was in his hands. I'm very grateful for allowing me into this mission. But the next one, I can do it alone. He smiled. Sarah observed his smile. It was full of confidence. If you can't do it alone, you can call me. Even though I'm busy most of the time, I'm sure I can make some. Though I don't think you'll ask me. Sarah swiped her comm and shared her contact. Oof. Varian nodded and opened her contact. His eyes widened as he looked at her full name. You're Evander's daughter? Do I not act like a general's daughter? She raised an eyebrow. Varian felt the air cooling down. It was likely a subconscious reaction from Sarah. She must be pretty sensitive about the topic. You see, all the guys from top powers I encountered, Narcissus, Adair, Ryan, and Charles. They're arrogant, put themselves above everyone else and are incredibly entitled. The infamous young master syndrome. He explained. The corners of Sarah's mouth twitched. So you imagined everyone from top powers to be the arrogant young masters and ladies? Varian coughed lightly in acknowledgement and justified himself. Well, you're not from a sovereign background. So my opinion is valid. Evander was a level 9 awakener. But he was no sovereign. So that was the reason Sarah was normal, right? Sarah pursed her lips. Albert is my grandfather. So technically, I'm from a sovereign background. Wait, what the fuck? So your grandfather is one of the 3 marshals and a sovereign. Your dad is the general of Earth and dean of the academy. Varian looked at Sarah and this time, he saw her above the clouds. You are like a princess in real life. The princess who almost died if not for you. Sarah looked at the location where she laid powerless a few hours ago. Varian shook his head. It was actually you that saved yourself. What do you mean? Sarah turned to him and tilted her head in confusion. Varian smiled brightly. Thank you, Captain. Even before you knew me, you helped me out thrice. First time was in stopping Narcissus. Second was in stopping Charles from forcing him to kneel. Third was preventing Charles from expelling him. If not for Sarah, Varian would have been out of academy already. So you prevented me from getting expelled, which ultimately led me to saving you. You saved yourself. Varian said nonchalantly. Sarah was embarrassed by his response, and waved her hands. I was only trying to be fair. Varian looked at her flustered face and smiled. She looks indifferent most of the time. But she does have a much softer and shy personality within. Soon, his smile receded. But there's always more to a person. If she reached level 6, then she's not a naive girl policing the campus to enact laws. Sarah felt guilty and sighed. I was actually trying to suppress Sanders. That's why I arrived there on time. Regardless of her actual reasons, she saved me and I'm grateful for that. Figures. Varian said, but then wondered. You and Ryan are both Marshal Albert's grandchildren. Since Ryan is close to Narcissus, I thought Xander and Albert Powers were close. Sarah looked at him weirdly. Forget it. The politics is complicated. Varian shrugged. Politics. Wait. Sarah recalled the final moments of her battle and felt a shiver down her spine. She glanced back into the cave and saw every one of the teammates was still unconscious. She focused her controller powers and boosted her senses. Her vision, hearing and other senses increased and Sarah focused on her teammates. All of them had normal heartbeats and blood flow. No one spying. She sighed and looked at Varian. The inevitable question emerged in her mind. What if Varian was sent by those that want to approach me? It'd make perfect sense to gain my trust by saving me. Varian didn't know why, but he felt a change in Sarah's gaze. If they want to use my father's and grandfather's power, then I'll be the perfect springboard. I'll be more useful alive than dead. Sarah was torn between suspicions. After all, if top humans, presumably high levels, partnered with abyssals, then anyone could betray. Much less a first-year student. Varian, are you a spy? She wondered. She was entangled, and her expression was one of pain and confusion. This sight fell in Varian's eyes, and he said, So you already know. Then I'll stop pretending that it's a secret. Sarah tensed up and channeled chi and mana. She hadn't recovered much. But she had enough strength to kill him. Did he discover that I uncovered his identity? You two realized there are traitors, right? Huh? Sarah was surprised. What was he talking about? After knowing your identity, I can be sure there are traitors in the academy. At least level 8. Varian said with a grim face. Yes. She stopped her chi and mana. They wanted to kill you. I guess it's a big coincidence that I happened to join your team. He recalled Seth's complaining face and smiled. My tutor did the right thing by adding me to your team. Seth, right? Sarah exclaimed, startling Varian. He looked at her with a frown. What was going on? He didn't know, but Sarah just solved her suspicions about him. Seth lost his family to abyssals. He also knows that traitors helped abyssals win Pluto. He got an extensive network. He can surely find out Varian's true background. So if he took Varian as his pupil, and even asked me to help him, then... Sarah looked at Varian and sighed in relief. He's not a spy. Why do I feel this tension in the air? Varian chuckled lightheartedly, but he was already running his space power, ready to teleport. After her miraculous survival, I bet she's suspecting me as a spy. Saving her life would be the best way to win her trust and exploit her background. I'm sorry, Varian. Sarah dropped her head. I suspected you. Spot on. Varian stopped channeling his space power and relaxed. No hard feelings. I'd do the same if I were you. He said what he believed. Sarah sighed in relief. There are indeed traitors in the upper echelon. I know you have a feud with Charles, but for now, stay low. I'm just level 2 now. Not like I can go and fight him. Varian's shoulders slumped. You were pretty brave to challenge Charles that day. Sarah chuckled. The wind blew her hair and carried her laughter. She didn't take his vow seriously. Like any sane person. Everyone thinks it's impossible. Going from level 2 to level 6 in a year? Please. Even kids won't believe me. Varian knew the general opinion and didn't argue. After calming her down after her deathly experience, he finally started the serious topic. After explaining his guess on the human's purpose of saving the final abyssal, he presented her the abyssal space ring. Sarah observed it for a moment, then turned to him in shock. This is not a space ring. She inspected the red ring. Its band was made of a resilient alloy. The center stone on the ring was a gray stone. It was a spa quart. The reason Varian mistook it for space ring was because many space rings were also built with spa quartz as their center stone by inscribing arrays on them. However, this array is not space ring's array. It's something entirely different. Sarah concluded. All right. Another general knowledge course on space star treasures and arrays. Varian squeezed a smile. He should have really not neglected his knowledge reserves. He was fighting all the time. Sarah looked at his silence and understood. Don't worry, even second years can get this wrong. Yeah. Then his interest was piqued. What is it then? If I'm not wrong, it looks like an entrance pass. Sarah observed the arrays and tapped her chin. There are some places in ruins that need special keys. They had similar arrays, these designs kinda match. She explained. You mean? Varian's eyes widened. I think so. Sarah nodded. A breakthrough in the mission. Varian pumped his fist in excitement. Their original mission was to find the traces of abyssals. They sure found out a few abyssals, but it wouldn't work if they can't find at least a lair. According to Varian, there must be abyssal hideouts all over the dungeon. These hideouts couldn't be found by normal means. In that respect, they were just like special locations. So if they want to enter these hideouts and wipe out the abyssals, they'd need a corresponding entrance or at least a key. Such a key must exist. If there was no such key, then abyssals wouldn't be able to return to their lairs. This space ring lookalike was the key. So he was sure that I'd die from the explosion and he wanted the key back. Sarah concluded. I guess. Varian nodded. Then he rubbed his hands. Can you locate the abyss's hideouts with that thing? Sarah twirled her hair. I don't know how to use this either. Varian was speechless. Well, we can always ask Crimson. Telepath guys are better at this stuff. She nodded seriously. A bit too much, in fact. Why do I feel like she's trying to cover up her shortcoming? He found it hilarious but decided to go along. All right. Varian looked at the sky and sighed. It should have been evening. But the dungeon had no day and night. My senses can detect magic beasts from a distance. You can just meditate. She said and gave him a space ring. In it were a few dozen aura crystals. Rich lady. Varian was shocked. He wanted to return them, but Sarah refused. That's my gift. Thanks then. Varian shrugged. He took out an aura crystal and started meditating. Sarah went to her teammates and took out a few vials. They held expensive medicine. She administered the medicine to the four and took one herself. They'd heal completely within an hour. And heal they did. Still alive? What happened? Is this hell? They woke up one by one. They were back to their peak and looked nothing like guys who were just beaten to death. Sarah explained to them the situation. Their look at Varian varied from respect to gratitude. Thank you. They said sincerely. I searched for your info when you joined. Seeing your challenge to Charles, I decided you were an arrogant guy. Ivy, the petite girl, said slowly. The others coughed slightly. They too had similar opinions. I changed my opinion. Even though your challenge was absurd, you're a reliable teammate. Any level 2 would have escaped when things turned dire. She looked into his eyes with sincerity. I was pissed at letting you into the team. But if it weren't for you, we'd be dead. Luca said in his deep voice. I don't like people who boast. So I had a bad impression after reading you said you'd beat Charles. Crimson scratched his chin. But we all boast sometimes. Your actions gain my approval. Who knows? He might find Ambrosia and really beat Charles. Olivia giggled. Now that is more unlikely than Ivy getting a big bust. Crimson laughed. You bet. Luca joined. The air turned silent. You guys. A cold voice sounded. They slowly turned back to see Ivy looking at them with a peaceful smile. Her body was still petite. Her chest was still an unregistered airport runway. But her eyes, they were not cute anymore. They were filled with killing intent. Forgive. It was not me. They both prayed, but Ivy transformed into her half-feline form and rushed at them. Save. Mom, please stop. You should have kept your tongue in check. She raised her claw. Varian silently distanced himself from the scene and exited the cave. Behind him, Olivia and Sarah followed, just as silently and even more professionally. Olivia wiped out sweat from her forehead and said, "They're really courting death. Flat is justice. Flat is justice." From the cave sounded the peace song. Varian glanced at Olivia and Sarah before turning away. They were anything but flat. "Do you agree that flat is justice?" Olivia gave a serene smile. "Why, yeah." Varian nodded. Olivia and Sarah looked at him strangely. He caught the hint and yelled, "A pay is life." They nodded with a satisfied expression of, "You can still be saved." They looked at each other, and they all laughed. "Ha ha ha, seriously, we used to do this in our school days. But even now? I guess a part of us is still childish," Olivia said, clutching her stomach. She laughed the hardest. "I forgot who still sleeps with a teddy." Sarah snickered. Olivia flushed and glared at Varian. Varian was already sky-gazing and said, "My ears were not working since the fight. Take my blessings and find Ambrosia." Olivia chortled. Varian rolled his eyes. Ambrosia. An almost mythical liquid. Due to the constant deaths of magic beasts, there will be an accumulation of beast cores in any dungeon. These accumulated cores, by coincidence and luck, fuse together to form precious drops of liquid. The higher the dungeon level, the rarer it is. Ambrosia, there are legends. A single drop of ambrosia and your fate will change. Varian sighed inwardly. That'd be too big of an opportunity. He thought, and a realization struck him. Then, he started to sweat buckets. "Varian, are you all right?" Sarah asked with concern. "A level 2 body awakener shouldn't sweat for no reason, right?" I am fine." Varian put out his well-practiced "I'm dying inside but I can smile outside" smile. In his mind, he was screaming. "System. You evil system. If I get a danger equivalent to opportunity, then say I get ambrosia, what would be the danger? Host, if that happens, your survival rate would be less than 0.00001%, damn. I need to get out of this dungeon." Varian felt his heart pound as he recalled the dangers he faced. He didn't want ambrosia. He only wanted to live. And if he could, beat this system to death one day. Right when Varian was debating on ending the mission, Crimson, Luca and Ivy came out. Crimson and Luca changed into new clothes, but there were still scratches on their arms. Ivy walked out with a smug smile. Of course, they were all very light injuries. "Sup?" Crimson asked. Sarah showed him the not space ring and asked him to check it out. Crimson nodded and extended his mental power. A telekinetic's mental power would act on objects. A telepath's mental power would act on minds. Thus, a telekinetic was very sensitive to objects. Crimson immersed himself in exploring every nook and corner of the object. Everyone stayed silent while he focused. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. His face had a big smile, and he pointed to the object, "Check this out," and swiped it. Varian focused on the hologram. It displayed the complete map of the Virgin Dungeon. It was similar to the map in the Adventurer's Guide, but much more detailed. There were several red dots spread across the map. This. Luca looked at his teammates in confusion. Ivy nudged him and said, "The hideouts of Abyssals. There are too many." Crimson shrugged. "What do we do now?" Varian asked Sarah. Everyone turned to her. Sarah focused on the hologram map for a while and answered, "First, I think this map is incomplete." Huh? Varian was confused, along with everyone. Sarah noticed their confusion and explained, "The mission you received is, find traces of Abyssals in dungeon. My mission is to find, cross-tunneling formation and destroy it. If possible, capture it." "What is cross-tunnel formation?" Luca scratched his head. Cross-tunneling formations, CTF, allow transfer of abyssals directly from abyss to dungeons. Ivy clutched her forehead and glared at him. If you didn't get it yet, there should be 2 CTFs for any travel. One in abyss, one here. Learn some important stuff. Don't just fight all day. The petite girl glared at the bulky boy and he obediently nodded. Varian almost coughed out blood. Are you telling him or are you telling me? At the same time, he concluded, abyssals appeared in the open during my dungeon visit. That means a CTF can allow them to set the destination to any place from CTF within a certain range. Sarah shrugged and continued, so anyway, according to intel, CTFs are rare. Or they would have used it in wars. It must have some restrictions we are not yet aware of. With the abyssal style, there must be a headquarter of sorts in the dungeon. It should hold CTF. She pointed to the hologram. All locations are graded equally. Abyssals are a race that attaches great importance to their appearance by functionality. So if it's a hideout holding CTF, it must be marked differently. Varia nodded along with others. Every abyssal essentially had a mark on them, depending on their level. One would expect them to follow the same in other things. It was a cultural thing. Coming to your question, Sarah tapped on the map and enlarged a pointer on the map showing their current location. We'll storm the closest hideout. Crimson closed his eyes and said, it's only a few km away. But wouldn't this alert other hideouts? Olivia asked, worried. If they have regular communication between hideouts, which I am sure they do, it will indeed alert them. Sarah nodded. Then. We have no choice. There are dozens of hideouts. We can't take down all of them at once. Sarah shook her head. Let's just hope the communication between them takes place between fixed intervals. That'd be the best scenario where we can end one hideout before they can alert others. Then continue to take down others. She sighed. The worst case is our attack on first hideout alters everyone. Then we'll have a hard time. There was silence. They didn't know what was the ground reality. Either way, we have to move fast. Varian added. Everyone took a deep breath. Crimson held the locator and acted as a guide. Sarah waved her hand and a soft sphere of water appeared under her and Varian. The water wriggled and 2 handles rose. Hold on tight. Sarah laughed. Whoa. Varian felt the world spin as he grabbed the handles for dear life. Everything in front of him moved in fast forward. It was similar to watching a video 2x, but now instead it was 10x. Thankfully, a water film covered him and protected him from the wind's friction. Then, all of a sudden, Varian felt they crossed a barrier. It's the secret location. Every secret location was hidden by some sort of barrier. It could only be entered from an entrance. However, it could be exited normally. I hope I don't die by the time they reach the hideout. Varian felt his head spin as he clutched onto the handles harder. It was barely a few seconds, but he felt like he was standing for hours. He turned to Sarah. She looked perfectly fine. Ivy and Luca were sprinting, almost leaving after images. Crimson was a few feet above the ground as he used his telekinetic powers to propel himself forward. He used his mental power to adjust his body to travel. Olivia used soil to make a slide of sorts. All in all, no one showed discomfort. But how is Olivia coping? Elementals aren't supposed to have a strong physique. Varian wondered and observed her. Then he saw a brown hue all surrounding her body. It was her earth mana. Somehow, it seemed to be able to allow her to take the physical stress of high-speed travel. Learn some important stuff. Don't just fight all day. Ivy's words rang in his mind and Varian nodded involuntarily. Their speed raised dust into the air, the shock waves destroyed everything in there and around their path. So this is their true speed. The first time, they were going slow. Varian sighed and was about to turn his head. Screech, they came to a halt in a moment, and Varian was almost thrown off. Thankfully, water hands emerged and held him tight. He hurriedly descended the water ride and took deep breaths. He was a few seconds short of throwing up. Sarah snapped her fingers and the water rides disappeared. She looked at Varian, and he shook his head. I'm fine. Mission is the most important. She nodded with a bright smile. That's the spirit. Varian adjusted himself and looked at the hologram map. They were at the doorstep. We're just outside. Ivy said. Here's the thing. Crimson pointed to the red ring in his hand. It started to glow. Ahead of us is the entrance. You can only go in with the ring. Think of it like a special door, and this ring is the key. He explained. Hold me and we'll enter. And they did. Varian felt a force encircling his body, and he slowly floated. The same was the case with the others. Crimson was holding them up with his mental power and controlling everyone. As they were in direct contact with him, he took a step ahead. The world in front rippled like it was water. Then Varian saw it. The abyssal hideout. An earth spike shot from under him and pierced through his head. The other abyssals on patrol were alerted by the sound and were about to turn. Before they could, the earth spikes under them reaped their lives. Olivia's earth powers proved themselves. Their bodies slowly collapsed, but they didn't crash onto the ground but smoothly landed with minimal sound. Crimson's telekinetic power was handy. A water film covered the area of patrollers, ensuring the sound inside didn't go out. Sarah's water powers were versatile. All this was done in a second. Hiss. Varian sucked in a cold breath. The seamless cooperation between them and their individual strength showed him how high and higher he could go. If only level 5S and 6S were this strong, how strong would a level 9 be? How strong would the Sovereign be? Sarah signaled to them, and the next second, everyone except Varian and Ivy disappeared into the building. Ivy said, Captain said they'll check out the hideout. I'll stay out to keep watch. Varian nodded. He knew she was lying. She stayed out to protect him. But she didn't reveal it. Perhaps she was trying not to make it sound like he was a burden. Mr. Seth, you know some nice people. He kept the gratitude in his heart and observed the abyssals. They were only level 2. Huh? He was confused for a moment before clapping in realization. Ivy tilted her head and looked at him in curiosity, her twin tails bouncing with her. I entered the dungeon 3 weeks ago. Then I encountered abyssals. They were all level 2. Varian explained. I think the majority of hideouts will have only weaker abyssals. The ones that tried to assassinate you guys, they must have come here only for the task. Ivy thought for a moment. But it'll be different for CTF. Varian nodded. Maybe you can expect a level 6 guarding it. Level 7 is too rare for that, right? He didn't know how common they were. Ivy did. She looked amused at his question and said. Varian, a level 7 abyssal is either a new abyss prince or princess. They're only below veteran princes, abyss archdukes and abyss king. There are only a few dozen of them for each abyss. Varian was a bit embarrassed. Earth had many low-level dungeons. Even if only one per dungeon, Demon Abyss simply wouldn't have enough abyss princes and princesses to send out. Besides, how could a prince be assigned to guard a low-level dungeon? Varian and Ivy waited, even though it was barely a minute. Advance to level 3 and, if possible, level 4 by the end of the year. Ivy suddenly said. Varian looked at her in confusion. Charles will graduate in a year. Captain and we will be in our final year. She explained. Captain is in level 6 currently. But she hasn't reached the peak of the level yet. Once she does, she is set for the throne. Varian was surprised. So, like they said, unless you find Ambrosia, you can't take the throne in your first 2 years. But, you can do it in your 3rd year. She gave him a thumbs up. Yeah. Varian nodded awkwardly, a bit new to this encouragement. She tiptoed and patted his shoulder. Work hard, Junior. I'll be watching you after I graduate. Ivy somehow reminded him of Sia. But Sia would say, I believe you can do it this year, right? He wondered. Cleared. Sarah and others appeared in front of them in the next second. Ivy, are you really the one encouraging? Crimson looked at her with a surprised expression. Shut up. Ivy yelled at him. Her face was flushed. What did you find? Varian asked, ignoring the banter. Instead of answering him, Sarah snapped her fingers. Boom. Bang. The building collapsed as each of the walls unfolded like a blooming flower. Varian went ahead and observed the so-called hideout. Other than the low fortifications, there were around 20 abyssal corpses. One peak level 2, rest are all level normal 2. He concluded and observed the ruins. He found nothing of interest except for a cuboidal device. It was similar to TV of old Earth. However, its screen was broken. Sarah appeared beside him and pointed to the cuboidal device. This is for communication. They'll know their targets and act accordingly. It made sense. The prime objective of the hideouts was to assassinate geniuses. For a low dungeon, level 2s were good enough assassins. A bracelet appeared in Sarah's hand. The leader tried to inform with this at the final moment, but I cut him off. Anything about the headquarters? He asked. She shook her head. Nope. Then she added, I have to conclude one thing about hideouts. One more test will do. In a few minutes, the second hideout was cleared. Varian looked at the collapsed building and sighed. The déjà vu hit him hard. It too had only level 2 abyssals. The only reason they took several minutes was to search the entire building. As expected, they found nothing. Since we interrupted the heads of hideouts from sending final message, the headquarters might not know about our actions yet. Sarah said to the team. When they tried to send the final message, these abyssals looked like they wanted revenge. That also confirms the headquarters exist. Indeed, if every hideout was like this one, then no revenge was possible. So there must be a stronger hideout. Even though we covered it up till now, we don't know when the headquarters will be alerted. We haven't found its traces either. So our plan is, she pointed to the map. Take down as many hideouts as possible. 2 hideouts were marked off. But that was only a drop in the bucket. Ivy gave everyone a few bracelets. Unlike the rings, these bracelets could be activated by them and they'd be able to enter the hideouts with ease. Ivy, Luca, you take this part. Sarah allocated them a section of the map. Olivia, you, and Crimson, cover this area. She finished and pointed to the final section. I'll take this. All right. Everyone said. Except Varian. I want to hunt a hideout by myself. They turned to him in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect him to say that. Sarah said. You're still only a level 2. Take it easy. It's level 2s. I can manage. Besides, even if I can't win, I can always escape. I just want to do it alone. He insisted. She thought for a moment and nodded. Fine. You can pick a nearby hideout. I'll take away their bracelets and leave. This way, they'd not be able to send the emergency signal. Inform us if you're in trouble. Olivia said. Thanks. Varian said. After a few minutes, he found himself in front of a hideout, alone. Sarah just left, taking away the bracelets. This provoked the abyssals, and they rushed out of the building. Body path level 2, 120/200 space path level 1, 100/100. Now then, how strong did I get? Around 20 abyssals, all at level 2 dashed at him. Except for the elites of the first year in level 3, any other team would have only one result facing this group of fiends. Death without an intact corpse. Too bad, you're facing me. Varian equipped a sword in his left hand and a gauntlet in his right as he waited for the Abyssals to close the distance. And close they did. How dare she steal our comms? Our headquarters will slaughter that bitch. We'll take your life. They roared and leapt at Varian. Since they were 20 of them, only 5 leapt at him, while the others formed an encirclement. Varian checked his comm once. Before they left, they agreed to share their location in case of emergencies. At the moment, everyone was away from him. The closest was Sarah, even she was a dozen kms away. Now's my chance. Varian's usually calm face was plastered with an excited smile. The moment Abyssals who leapt at him, he channeled his space power. Boom! Screech! Ree! The fists, swords, and cubs all missed their target as Varian simply disappeared. What? The Abyssals were bewildered at his sudden disappearance, and it took a moment for them to realize he was a Space Awakener. Behind you! An Abyssal suddenly yelled, and the others looked at the pointed direction. Thud! A bright light flashed and a head rolled down the ground. Splush! The green blood splurted like a foundation out of the severed neck. Fall back. The captain of the troops, a peak level 2, ordered. Varian merely smiled at him and channeled his space power. He could feel the space around him roughly, and the space sense told him where each Abyssal was. It was like a special map opened up in his mind. It was built through the lens of space. The 19 Abyssals hurried to make a distance and form a defensive formation. They were still in his space sense's range. You! Varian uttered, and his space sense locked the space coordinates behind one of the Abyssal. The Abyssal held a heavy shield and was a suitable early prey. The next moment, Varian felt the space power in his body click and he appeared at his locked location. The Abyssal had better instincts and instinctively pushed the shield behind him, guarding his neck and heart areas. Instead of his sword, Varian's fist in gauntlet greeted the shield. Thap! The shield shook and a small opening appeared at the neck region. Schwa! Varian's sword slit the Abyssal's throat and made another blood fountain. Anti-teleporter defense formation. Gather closely, idiots. Give him no time and space. The captain ordered. Instead of fighting him, the Abyssals grouped together into 2 circles. One circle was looking outward. The other was looking inward. This way, he'd not be able to attack any Abyssal from behind. Besides, the Abyssals in outer circle have their backs against the ones in inner circle. This ensured Varian could not teleport between them either. The plan was that without the surprise element, they could easily overwhelm him in a frontal combat with their superior senses and reaction speed. They were wrong about one thing. The wind whistled as it was pierced by something sharp. The Abyssals in inner circle all noticed Varian the moment he teleported inside. However, his sword descended at an insane pace for a Space Awakener and his target couldn't react in time. Thud splash, another head rolled on the ground, and only then did the Abyssal captain realize something. D-Dual Awakener. Varian was both a space and a body awakener. If he was only a Space Awakener, Abyssal's tactics would have worked. If a level 2 Space Awakener teleported into their formation, reasonably, he'd try to freeze the space around his target and slit his throat. This way, he could compensate his slow reaction speed. But with the formation in place, the remaining Abyssals would attack the Space Awakener before his attack could reach his target. This was possible due to the faster movements and reaction speed of a body awakener. This formation ensured was tested over many Space Awakeners' teleportation tactics and proved itself, even garnering the name of anti-teleportation formation. But when the teleporter was as fast as them, this formation was useless. This is the true power of multiple divine paths. Varian smiled and locked another target. Get closer. The Abyss captain yelled and they drew close. This way, if the attacker teleported inside, he would be at their arm's reach. Very well, Varian squinted his eyes and used his space sense. These 2 Abyssals in the outer formation, they are tense and glancing inward. Varian spotted them with his space sense and locked his next target. Schwa, cough, cough, the two abyssals clutched their necks as they gurgled and coughed. The precise cut pushed them to the point of no return. Plop. Plop. They collapsed to their knees as they tried to breathe and in the end, ended their life with a resentful gaze. You bastard. An abyssal yelled. Fight us square. Pitiful coward. One by one, they tried to provoke him by name-calling. The abyssal captain, who signaled it silently, assessed the situation. If the other party took the bait and attacked the abyssals provoking him, he'd be able to land a hit on the human. One hit and he was confident to bring him down. Contrary to their expectations, Varian's chilling voice resounded in the air. Let me clear the field and then we'll have a 1-1-1. The next few minutes were the absolute nightmare of the abyssal captain. Thud thud thud, one by one, 12 more of his brethren collapsed. Only 3 remained. No. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at the human in the distance. He disappeared once and a blinding light flashed at one of the abyssal before he disappeared again. Only 2 remained. Only I can react to his speed. The abyssal captain knew. Now only the captain and his aide were remaining. Instead of flying into rage, the captain was calm. I will avenge my brothers. Your skull shall be sent to their home. He looked at Varian and vowed inside. The other abyssal stuck close to him. Should Varian attack that guy, then he would use his peak level 2 speed to block Varian. The worst Varian could do is to attack him. He was a peak level 2 and was confident in not only blocking but also countering Varian should he be the one subjected to sneak attack. Now, what will you choose? A grim, bloodthirsty smile appeared on the captain. Right when he appeared, the abyssal captain's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned. Varian threw a punch and as expected, another fist greeted his. Boom! Varian was pushed back, and he slid, raising dust. Plus 10 XP body path level 2, 130/200, the chi in his body boiled and roared. A few aura stones in his space ring were taken by the system and the chi slowly rose and consolidated. Varian felt a slight surge in his strength, speed, regeneration and all other physical stats. However, he kept his cool and didn't show any increase in strength. You're not even a peak level 2. Damn it. The abyssal captain retracted his fist and exclaimed. Why should I be? Varian grinned. His space path was still a level 1, so his space power reserves were limited. He already used it quite a bit in the fight. The remaining wouldn't be enough to splurge against a peak level 2. However, at critical times, it could be used. Teleportation isn't the only power a Space Awakener has. Die! The abyssal captain roared. Varian chuckled lightly and rushed to his enemies. The abyssals reacted and took an aggressive stance, ready to counterattack. Varian closed the distance and swung his fist. The abyssal captain and his aide counterattacked. Their eyes were gloating. With the body powers Varian showed, he'd be severely injured once he takes their attacks. Right when the attacks were about to connect, Varian disappeared. And... boom! Boom! He appeared on the side. His momentum pushed him and he directed the punch at the aide. At the same time, Captain reacted and punched at Varian, which Varian forcefully blocked with his elbow. As a result, the abyssal was blown away coughing blood. There were crackling sounds of bone breaking and he collapsed on the ground. Taking the captain's punch, Varian was blasted into the air. Before he could teleport, another punch followed and Varian could only punch back. Boom! Jerichich Varian grimaced as he felt his arm tremble. His shoulder almost dislocated from the impact. I'm stronger than you. You can never win. The abyssal captain yelled and raised his arm. Varian teleported right then. The captain didn't look surprised and rushed back to the collapsed abyssal. Just then, Varian appeared, and his sword was about to pierce the neck of the injured one. The captain gave it his all and leapt at Varian. His hand formed a claw aimed at Varian's neck. One swipe and he'd be done. Tisk. Varian cursed and blocked his neck with his fist. Your hand won't be able to stop me. The captain grinned and his claw was about to smash through Varian's hand. Right then, the space around solidified and the abyssal captain staggered a little. Schwa. The sound of a metal cutting through flesh sounded clearly and fresh green blood splattered on the captain's face. At the same moment, his claw broke through the solid space and attacked Varian. Boom. Arg! The claw broke his hand bones and reached his neck. Huh. But all it caught was empty air. Varian teleported at the moment. Just one more teleportation left. The corner of his mouth twitched. The captain saw that his aide was still alive. His attack moved Varian's sword and instead of his neck, it pierced his chest. But he was seriously injured and couldn't help him in the battle. I'll at least save you. The fight continued, and Varian took less risky moves. He's not using space powers anymore. The captain was quick to realize and gave the right order. Haha. You're out of space power. He roared and bombarded his opponent with ruthless attacks. Varian found it hard to defend himself by just relying on his physical stats. Boom. Boom. He blocked the punches from the front and dodged the kick from the back. The attacks were relentless and were aimed at him with everything they got. Punches. Kicks. Even trying to bite. Varian gradually fell into a passive position where he only defended. Aren't you arrogant? Where is it now? The abyssal captain yelled as he punched at Varian's face. Varian slightly shifted his face and dodged the punch. Sweat was rolling down his forehead, and he was panting. I'll tear apart your bones one by one. You'll have the worst death. The captain growled and kicked at his groin. Varian swirled to the side and raised his hand covering his face. Boom. Another fist aimed for his face and he forcibly blocked it. The result was the bloodied arm turning bloodier. All my brothers, you damn it. The captain snarled and rushed at Varian. As he rushed towards the enemy that killed all his brothers, he seemed to hear his dead brethren cheering him from the side. Take him down, Captain. Avenge our brothers. Break that creature's every bone. Skin him. Roast him. They yelled passionately. The abyssal captain was slowly turning more and more enraged. Finally, Varian positioned himself with caution. He killed almost 20 abyssals in a very short period of time and it fatigued him. In the situation, fighting a peak level 2 was seeking death. But his eyes shone with confidence and he countered the incoming punches with his own. Crack. Crack. With each block, the differential in their absolute strength allowed the captain to injure Varian. The only surviving abyssal beside the captain was looking at the fight as the blood slowly leaked out from his chest. In his eyes there was no pain, only a fanatic desire to see the human's death. Varian stumbled back as the abyssal captains kicked through his elbow and broke his ribs. One more kick at the same place and his lungs would burst. The same could be said for his left shoulder. One more block and it'll be crippled. In his situation, it meant instant death. Is that it? The captain laughed and gave a casual punch. Boom. Varian blocked it with his hands, and with it, he collapsed onto the ground. He tried to move, but the captain kicked him. Varian slightly adjusted his position so that instead of taking the kick to his spine, he took it to the side. As the kick connected, he groaned in pain and curled up. His eyes, however, were emotionless. Closer, closer, closer. Varian was facing down, but his space sense covered his surroundings. The captain gave a few more kicks and Varian curled in pain again. But each time, he cleverly avoided the vital positions that'd affect his combat power. His injuries were still serious, but his combat power didn't drop much. The captain looked at powerless Varian collapsed on the ground. With the strength he showed since the beginning of the fight, the captain was surprised Varian managed to hold on till now. But that was it. With the injuries inflicted upon him, Varian was incapacitated. Is Aju still alive? He turned to the side to check the surviving abyssal. Usually, he should have also focused on his enemy, but with his experience, he knew he already won. There was no way someone at Varian's level would be able to even move now. He could have been right. Only if that person wasn't Varian. Schwa. The abyssal captain felt his hair stand up and his instincts scream. But he was in a relaxed position and his reaction was a bit too late. A sword pierced his neck, and he looked at the bloodied human in horror. He still had space power. Then why didn't he use it? How was he moving after taking so many hits? Sucks to be you. Varian grinned through his bloody teeth. Captain, the injured abyssal yelled. You son of a sword plunged into his throat and ended his life. As he died, the dominant emotion in his eyes was neither rage nor fear, but shock. How was this guy still able to fight? He should be lying down from those injuries, damn it. The answer was the advantage unique to Varian. It was the flashing blue screen in front of Varian. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. Plus 10 XP plus 10 XP plus 10 XP body path level 2, 160/200. Even though progress in body path didn't instantly heal him, it increased his stats just enough to have a final bout. Before and after the fight, his XP changed from 120 to 160. That increased his overall stats from 34% greater human to 37% greater human. Even though it might seem like a mere 3% increase in reference to greater human, when compared to the Varian before his fight, the Varian now was almost 9% stronger. Ha! Varian collapsed on the ground, for real this time. He took the medicine Sarah gave him before she left and applied it to himself. His injuries were serious, but not fatal. He'd be fine soon. Killing 20 abyssals single-handedly, not bad. He grinned. Now the perfect ending is a good slee, his calm buzzed. Varian, we found the headquarters. The entire room, made of precious adamantine, shook. The important files, which at other times would have received precious attention, were thrown into the air by the tremors. Even the assassination lists of important geniuses, that took much resources, manpower and time laid on the floor like worthless trash. Sir, blame this one. Behind the stalwart abyssal, a short abyssal kneeled. He was only 6 feet tall and looked like a child compared to others. No sir, I failed the mission. Another abyssal kneeled beside him and knocked her head to the cold, hard adamantine floor until she started to bleed. Enough. The stalwart abyssal said, and the room once again returned to silence. Of course, silence except for the sounds from the holograms. I cannot explain this to His Highness. The abyssal duke thought as he gazed at the videos with hatred. On one video, a petite girl transformed her hands and legs into a feline creature and slaughtered the hideout in seconds. No abyssal tried to run. However, they were simply powerless against this monster of a human. She was merciless and cruel. Her claws dug for their hearts, her kicks broke their spines and her tail strangled their necks. On the next hologram, the entire guards were squashed to meat paste by earthen walls. It was a horrible death. The Abyss Duke's nails dug into his palm. He didn't feel any pain. Only hatred. He observed the other hologram. The abyssals were simply torn apart into two. The bulky young man showed no mercy and tore them apart like he was tearing a piece of paper. Drip. Drip. Drops of pristine green blood splashed onto the floor. The Abyss Duke took a deep breath and controlled himself as he watched his entire mission crumble. He was in charge of this dungeon. The Demon King personally appointed him. If he performed well, he might be graced by a precious herb and breakthrough into level 7. From a lowly duke to a noble prince. Perhaps, one day, he could even be an archduke and see His Majesty the Emperor himself. That was his dream. But now, they were on the verge of collapse. These bugs. Humans. Every last one of them must be slaughtered. He vowed. As he contemplated his options, a famous quote of their emperor rang in his head. If you want to die, make sure your death is the highest contribution to the empire. Petty sacrifices are only done by cowards who are scared of facing the hardships. That is not sacrifice, it is suicide. He took a deep breath and weighed his options. Suppressing his rage as much as he could, he asked his underlings, why did the assassination fail? The female abyssal answered as her lips quivered, the location's recorders were destroyed during the fight. But we can conclude that Sarah somehow escaped the final bombing. Or she killed everyone before letting them close. She clicked on her bracelet, and a video started playing. It displayed Varian's team since they entered the dungeon. Their every move was captured. Even the assassination attempt in the so-called special location was recorded. If any humans saw this, they'd shudder in fear. Dungeons were always a mystery to humans. They first appeared in 300 YAB out of nowhere. However, every abyssal knew they were the original masters of the dungeons. Dungeons were originally used to hunt lower civilizations, the ones which abyssals deemed too low to do it themselves. Many civilizations which were originally at the level of humanity were destroyed. But only humanity rose. And at such a speed that left abyssals dumbfounded. However, instead of frightening abyssals, such a feat only reinforced their information about the solar system secret. The Abyss Duke saw Sarah putting on a barrier before the screen went blank. I'm not asking about Sarah. Her death was always a 50-50. But shouldn't you at least take down these bugs? He roared, pointing out at the other humans. The female abyssal lowered her head and answered, the Shadow Order should have taken care of them, but there is no response from their side. Damn it. Humans are really worthless. They can't even kill a bunch of cadets. He cursed and strode back and forth. It was his way of coping with stress. Sir, all the level 5s except us two were sent for the assassination. To face them, we will need reinforcements. The short abyssal whispered. At any other time, our king would have sent them. Not now. The Abyss Duke walked out of the room and through the hallway. The short abyssal and female abyssal, his aides and the only remaining level 5s in the base followed. Our king is in a special period now. If a sovereign found out, then our demon abyss would be in danger. The Abyss Duke whispered. Hiss. The level 5s both sucked in a cold breath and looked at each other. They thought of one thing instantly. Their eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. Ancestor Last Light's remains. This legendary figure was the one who saved their race. If not for him finding the secret of solar system, they would be waiting to die. Initially, the Abyssals sent low dungeons to wipe out humanity. But who knew they were able to conquer them instead? The Elder Council, the ultimate decision-making body before the rise of Abyss Emperor, was still persuaded by the conservatives, and instead of sending abysses, they send mid-dungeons. To their dismay, instead of being destroyed by the dungeons, humans found ways to seal up the dungeon and used it to strengthen themselves. The Elder Council still hadn't realized their mistake. Their deadline was drawing closer and the Elder Council almost withdrew from the solar system. It was only with the help of the Abyss Emperor, who was still a level sovereign back then, that they sent high dungeons. Of course, humans almost mastered those dungeons too. Too bad for them. By then Abyss Emperor had risen and took charge. His Highness's first decision, despite every opposition, was to send the 8 abysses to solar system. With the front line shifting to abysses, dungeons were reduced to a training and resource field. Now, after all these years, abyssals were slowly taking back control of dungeons. All this was part of a grand plan. I've decided. The Abyss Duke entered the central room of the main hideout. Inside it was only a large circular array. There were several patterns, runes and materials all weaving together to form a beautiful picture. It was the cross-tunneling formation. Unlike a teleportation formation, a CTF was much cheaper. It also allowed one to teleport anywhere within its range. The Abyss Duke didn't know much about its mechanism, but he knew it was more important than anything else. If those nasty humans laid their hands on this, they'd quickly figure out the secrets and use their own technology against them. The weaklings relied on their technology and got stronger every year. In the first human abyssal war, humans were forced to survive in bunkers. But now, Emperor knows more than I do. His Majesty should have already thought of a solution. I just need to do my own duty, he told himself and looked at his aides. Reveal our location to the group, he said. Pardon? I said reveal headquarters location to those stinky bugs. But I don't want to repeat myself again. Yes, the female abyssal answered and used her bracelet. Now, the humans would be able to see a much larger red dot on the map. The headquarters. They'll come for the CTF. The Abyss Duke grinned. But we won't be able to win the fight, the short abyssal answered. The Abyss Duke shook his head. If we let them be, then they'll take down all the hideouts. His expression was distressed, and he scurried back to the room. But, if we bring them down, then even at the cost of CTF, we'll save the rest of hideouts. His lips curled into a savage smile. Killing 5 geniuses and saving the hideouts. As long as the CTF doesn't fall into their hands, it's our win. Can we really kill that monster? The female abyssal pointed to a screen. Dozens of hideouts were frozen. Dozens more were punched to ruins. The number of hideouts taken down was significantly higher than any other. Sarah Albert. Level 6 Dual Awakener. In the hologram, Sarah habitually checked the entire hideout for any secret information. Nothing. Again. Just how are we supposed to find the headquarters? Besides, how are the abyssals so familiar with the dungeon? Sarah cursed under her breath and exited the hideout. She realized one thing. The hideouts were similar to the special locations. They were naturally present in the dungeon but were never found. Dungeons, abyssals, are they related? She wondered, but would never know the truth. As she opened the map to find the next hideout, she noticed the bigger dot. After confirming it with others, she informed Varian. Varian, we found the headquarters. But she didn't know. Everything was under the Abyss Duke's control. Kill her? I don't have to kill her. I can. The Abyss Duke snickered and a dangerous glint shone in his eyes. I trust Captain. Luca shrugged and returned to gazing into the distance in a dramatic pose. Captain, we all want to raid the headquarters. But only if we manage to surprise them. We snatched away the communication devices from the guards and no one sent any signs for help. But all of a sudden, this appeared. It's like... Olivia bit her lip and struggled to finish. It's like they're watching us. Sarah kicked a pebble and muttered. The scene fell silent. Varian observed from the sidelines and didn't interfere. The team was bullish about finding the headquarters, but now it was clear the headquarters found them. This made his teammates feel like they've lost the initiative. They went from being a predator to prey. Even though no one will admit it, they're afraid of the assassination again. Varian plucked the crescent like petals of a flower and lost himself in thought. To be honest, they would have all died. If I were the Abyssal, then my main goal would be to ensure every level 5 dies. Sarah, without level 6, killing Sarah is half effort and half luck. Varian didn't know his thoughts were on the spot. If we go, we'll be going straight into their trap. Ivy shook her head. There is likely going to be a second assassination trap. Crimson muttered under his breath, but everyone heard him clearly. Assassination. They couldn't forget how they laid in front of the death's door a few hours ago. The team's morale was hit. Even Luca, who initially supported Sarah, was unsettled. If they really can observe our movements in their hideouts, then we'll be in great danger. Olivia tried to persuade. Sarah looked at the team and sighed. If only her, perhaps she'd be able to convince everyone, right? I might spend all my life chasing her footsteps. Team Sayara. Sarah said slowly, her voice extremely stern. Yes, Captain. Everyone stiffened up and the next moment, stood in a standard military posture. You are not afraid of dying. Sarah started. Let an opinion sound like a statement. The four young men and women felt understood. You just think this move is too risky. If you step back now and secure your life, the contributions you'll make in the future will be far more than this measly mission. Am I right? She looked at each of them in the eye. They all nodded. Truth be told, they already finished the mission. They raided several abyss hideouts. Found the bracelets. Now, they even found the location of main hideout. They could return. Grow stronger. Then one day, contribute much more. Risking life for this one mission was short-sighted. Of course, this reasoning seemed logical at first glance. But it was the direct consequence of wanting to avoid death. But you're backing off too early. We'll face even more risky and important missions once we are enlisted. Many a time, our lives will be in danger. She said in a deep tone. Then, can use the same reason or should I call excuse? I will back off now, wait till I am stronger. Then I can contribute more. This excuse will always work. Because it assumes you'll continue to grow stronger, that you won't die. Sarah's voice raised at the end. Everyone was dead silent. Ivy was trembling slightly and Crimson was sweating without meaning to. Olivia was pale, and Luca's body stiffened. All their fears were out in the open. They felt naked. Indeed, if they ran away every time, then when would they risk? Would they keep growing stronger forever? Was their life so secure to not risk today's mission for tomorrow's mission? Sarah's tone softened. Of course, we shouldn't charge in recklessly. But we shouldn't back away from risks. If this is a mission of certain death, would be the first to stop you. Because of your excuse, you're unable to see the truth. She smiled confidently. Huh? Everyone was confused. What truth? Wasn't this an excessively dangerous mission? They all subconsciously regarded this as a mission with a death rate of 99%. Except Varian. He sighed inwardly. She will be general one day if she doesn't die. If she was not a dual awakener, she might even aim for a sovereign, alas. What truth? Olivia asked. We checked the entire hideout and cut off the only source of communication between hideout and headquarters. Yes? So if Abyssals were to know, then they must be monitoring the hideouts or they must be having a link to each hideout. The team was still perplexed. Sarah groaned in frustration and saw Varian plucking flowers in the distance. This fellow said his strength doesn't matter and was enjoying himself. She felt itchy and called him. Varian, answer. Varian was surprised by the sudden limelight, but replied with composure. Since we can agree Abyssals are indeed watching the hideouts, then, according to them, around 5 hideouts were taken down every few minutes. The distance between each hideout is significant. So the Abyssals will know you guys were spread out. If they have a better surveillance, they will also know which person is raiding which hideout and thus, their potential next target. Ah! They finally knew why Sarah was confident. Even if they don't have a clear surveillance, they'll be able to tell Captain apart from the speed at which she takes down hideouts. Varian sighed. Then the best bet would be to concentrate their forces, take you down one by one. As simple as that. He smiled naturally. But his 4 teammates felt the chills. Then immediately, they realized something and Varian continued. They didn't do it. If they had enough forces, they certainly would. He took a breath. Another possibility was that they weren't sure of taking down the captain that way. If any of you dies, the captain would go into a rage and destroy all hideouts much quickly. Sarah looked at him in appreciation. He can stay calm-headed now. A rare quality. She was about to persuade the team, but Varian still continued. However, since they revealed their location, they must be confident. It's risky nonetheless, but not as bad as you thought. The corner of Sarah's mouth twitched. Let me finish at least. Varian nodded at the grateful Sarah and went back to plucking flower petals. He'd do this after grueling practice in the past. What a weird habit. I believe they're also taking risks. If we leave now, they might even move the headquarters and even tamper with the bracelets. That way, we'll lose all hideouts. Sarah laid out the losses. They might as well be faking it, expecting us to back down. We'll just probe. If the situation is unfavorable, we'll return, she announced. Besides, they had no level 6 in the assassins. If we proceed with caution, we can defeat or escape in case there is a level 6 in the headquarters. She smirked. If there are only level 5s. Sarah's eyes turned cold. This dungeon will be freed from abyssals. As they were about to take off, Sarah turned to Varian. You stay as far away as possible. Varian gave her a thumbs up. I won't join even if you ask me to. Poor him, fate had something else in plan. Crimson nodded. He would be able to check explosives on any individual if he probed deeply. Let's go. Varian stood a few km away. He observed them entering and hoped things would go well. He didn't know why, his heart was throbbing intensely. System, what will happen? He whispered. This system does not know. It only knows you are the first host of the system. Be the last. The sincere reply caught him off guard. Are you really my well-wisher? He sighed and gazed into the distance. He could only see the yellow valleys and the littered corpses. The hideout is a separate space, after all. The main hideout was eerily silent at this moment. There was not a single abyssal in sight. The big black building that used to be bustling and directing the entire dungeon now looked dead. This was the sight that greeted Sarah's team. They were on high alert and ready to fall back at a moment's notice. However, the surroundings were still. It was as if time was frozen. Sarah signaled, and Crimson spread out his mental power. Even though the senses of a body awakener could see farther, they could not sense the surroundings with such fine detail. He stretched his mental power from him and all the way around the building. He held his breath and tried to probe inside the building. Boom! It was like water trying to flow through a steel wall. His mental power was obstructed by the building's material. He gave up and searched the ground for buried explosives. There were none. The perimeter is secure. The building is blocking my sense, he said. Ivy, second check. Sarah said, and Ivy focused on her beastly senses. Beast morphers inherited the characteristics of the beast they transformed into. Each beast had different characteristics, but all beasts, in general, had excellent instincts. Though these instincts could be tricked, in most cases, they could be used as a secondary test. Ivy ran around the field and felt the surroundings. Nothing here, safe, secure, her instincts were perfectly normal, and she felt no danger. There was no danger signal. Finally, Olivia checked the ground with her powers. She, too, found no danger underneath. The chance of getting attacked by something outside the building is almost zero. Now we can focus on the one threat. Sarah signaled, and they all approached the building. Crimson used his mental power and slammed the door. Creak. It creaked opened. Click. Click. The walls were filled with exhibits of human skeletons and skulls. Below each skull was the detail of the human. Yuan, level 3. Age 20. Shi Yen, level 2. Age 18. It went on and the team silently walked. Their footsteps were the only audible sound in the long hallway. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. Click. Click. The hallway split into two, and they had to pick a side. Crimson tried to probe beyond the walls, but his mental power seemed to be blocked by the special material of the building. He couldn't sense things beyond a certain range. So they could only rely on their 5 senses. Schwa! The floor suddenly slid out all of a sudden like a carpet that was pulled off. Watch out! Sarah yelled as they dropped towards what seemed to be an underground facility. Boom! 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 They were greeted by the attacks of 39 abyssals. Falling through the air, they were live targets. Arrows equivalent to 5-star treasures rained down at them. Sarah channeled her water mana and created a water barrier surrounding everyone. She then manipulated the water barrier to accelerate their fall for a quick landing. Crash! 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 The attacks from the 37 level 4s crashed into the barrier. Even though the spear's attacks from 2 level 5s put heavy burden, they too failed to destroy the barrier. Sarah was about to sigh in relief when, crack! A huge fist broke through the barrier and punched at Olivia. Olivia was shocked and her reaction speed fell short. Crimson gritted his teeth and used his mental power to slow the fist. Bluff, the fist broke through his mental barrier swiftly and reached the head of Olivia. Crimson coughed blood at the swift, but not so minor injury. As she watched the fist magnify, Olivia understood. This was a level 6. The Abyss Duke. He was the predator since the beginning. He attacked her because she was weak in mid-air compared to Earth. But that realization wouldn't save her from the predicament. Bang! A fist much smaller than the abyssal countered the punch and exploded the air. Boom! 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 The shock waves from the confrontation blew away the arrows and cracked the hard floor. Sarah looked at the gigantic abyssal as she landed on the ground. Blood flowed down her lips as the forceful intervention cost her an internal injury. Is that it? She glanced at the enemies and felt relieved. Yes. The abyssal in front of her spoke as if he knew her thoughts. But it will be more than enough. At the same time, Crimson and Olivia were taken on by the 2 level 5s. The remaining 37 level 4 abyssals encircled Luca and Ivy. Crimson and Olivia's strength was in their ranged and distance attacks. But by putting them against their weakness, Crimson and Olivia were forced to focus on the level 5s. On the other hand, Luca and Ivy were forced to face 18 level 4s each. Boom! Sarah blocked the punch and counterattacked with an ice spear. They were fighting at least a few hundred meters away from others, yet the shock waves were affecting the other side. The Abyssal Duke brought out an archaic shield and blocked the ice spear. He was stronger of the two, being at the peak of level 6. Sarah was only in the early mid-stages and was weaker in body path. However, her ice attack brought her enough time to land another hit. Water mana flowed through every corner of her body and she was empowered. Every physical stats increased dramatically. Stacking it with her body powers, she was able to make up for the difference in physical strength. Boom! Crack! Even though the Abyssal Duke had more physical strength than her, Sarah outmatched him through her dual powers. This was the reason she was so confident. On the other side, Crimson and Olivia were struggling against the level 5s. They weren't suppressed, but they couldn't gain an upper hand as well. But the gamer changers were the other two. Thud. 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 One by one, the 37 level 4 abyssals collapsed under the wrath of Luca and Ivy. Broken spines, twisted necks, ripped hearts, it was a gruesome picture to behold. Even though they had more enemies, a level 4 couldn't withstand a single full blow of theirs. It was a one-sided battle from the start. The taller man and the shorter woman somehow stood in harmony as they finished the bloodbath with a cruel smile on their faces. They joined forces with Olivia and Crimson. The two level 5 abyssals were suppressed. The outcome was set. You're done, Sarah said and continued her attack. Her body was bathed in a soft blue hue, and her dual powers gave her an unfair advantage. Contrary to her expectations, the Abyssal Duke wasn't panicked. Instead, he smiled. Do you really think so? Even though he knew it was dangerous, the ominous feeling only increased. From his encounter with Abyssals, and their meticulous assassination planning, he regarded them not through the prism of power, but that of intellect. Despite possessing a strong force, Abyssals resorted to stratagems. He thought of the possible dangers they could encounter. Poison will be useless. They'll have antidotes. Stronger force waiting? Most likely not. He marched towards the valleys. Explosions? Cap said Crimson would check every abyssal for explosives. His mental power is capable of penetrating many metals, and as his level increases, he could perceive through more metals. Varian paused for a moment. He checked his comm. There was no message from the other side. Things that can go wrong will go wrong. In my case, that's a given. He reached the entrance of the special zone. The abyssal bracelet shone, and one step, he'd be in. I'm not trying to risk. If they lose, then the enemy inside would surely be able to track me, a level 2. If they win, then great. I only need to make sure I don't die as a collateral. He convinced himself and stepped in. The black building in the Red Plains greeted him. Contrary to his expectations, it was completely silent. At the same time, underground, the fight was reaching a conclusion. Olivia wasn't at her strongest since the ground was separated from her by a very hard alloy floor. An Earth Awakener was blessed in Earth, a Water Awakener in Water. So the current situation wasn't in her favor. However, she directed her Earth mana and created walls to confine her target. The female Abyssal was rushing back in a hurry and smashed into the earthen wall full of spikes. Arg, she hissed and raised her arms. The attacker caught up. Bang! Crack! Luca's fist broke her arm bones and punched at her chest. Blurg, the female Abyssal, endured the pain and bolted to her left. Bang! A brown club swung at her and struck her head. She flew into the air and felt the world spin. Her head was dizzy and she couldn't react properly. All she could see were the eyes of the hateful human before darkness engulfed her. Thud! Luca glanced down at the abyssal corpse and turned to the others. Crimson used his mental power to hold down the short abyssal while Ivy snapped his neck. Thud! Only one abyssal was remaining. The 4 rushed towards their captain. At that moment, they heard Sarah say, "You're done." The Abyss Dukes glanced at them for a moment and turned to Sarah. He smiled. "Do you really think so?" Sarah felt her heart stop for a moment. Keeping her guard on, she glanced at the area they were fighting in. They fell from the upper floor, but before they knew it, the floor reverted to its position. The height and breadth of the underground facility were high enough that they didn't feel congested. And subconsciously regarded as fighting in an open area. She didn't know why, but she yelled. "Fall back." The Abyss Duke watched them distance themselves from him and withdraw to the corners of the underground facility. The corpses of the Abyssals were strewn on the floor. Most of them died a cruel death. The tall man and the petite girl killed them like they were animals. The Abyssal Duke was distressed for a moment before calming down. There was no turning back now. "Don't be afraid. I was just kidding." He spoke with an innocuous smile. "You trapped us?" Sarah glanced at him and gritted her teeth. "What can that even do? You can break the alloys whenever you want." He pointed to the cracks on the floor. Locking them would work only if he had high-grade alloys they couldn't break. Unfortunately, this facility didn't. "Captain, should we?" Crimson pointed to Olivia and asked. They could conduct ranged attacks on the Abyssal. Sarah shook her head. She felt disturbed for some reason. "Break the ceiling. I'll take care of him," she said and waved her hand. A soft blue light flashed and covered her. Sarah slightly moved her feet and the next moment, appeared in front of the Abyss Duke. His red eyes clashed with her blue eyes. Without hesitation, an ice sword formed in her hands and she swung it at the Abyssal. "Do you think you've achieved something?" Abyss Duke blocked her attack with his shield. Sarah waved her hand and a thorny ice whip slashed at him the next moment. You only found the keys because we approached you first. He spat and barely dodged the whip. Then another sword strike followed. Boom. Without the keys, you'll be helpless. He tried to block this sword strike too, but it broke through his defense and slashed at his chest. The sword cut deep and blood gushed out. However, the Abyss Duke didn't flinch and continued. I sent the report already. This will be the only hideout destroyed by humans. You'll never find the passes in other dungeons. Sarah stagnated for a moment. Slap. Your efforts are futile. He grinned as the ice whip broke through his armor and pricked his skin. His words were equivalent to telling her that despite all the hardships, they only solved one dungeon. They would not be able to repeat this anywhere else. Without the Abyssals coming out on their own, they'd never be able to get their hands on the entry bracelets and hence, never be able to access the hideouts. Bang! Bang! The team of 4 destroyed the ceiling right then. With their power, they could now easily leave the building. The Abyss Duke saw this and squinted his eyes. You are the first humans to enter the base. I didn't let even those shadow bugs in. He touched the deep cut on his chest and smelled his green blood. He then switched the topic. Mind Awakener, did you sense what was under the floor? What? Crimson was startled and used his mental power to probe. Since entering the building, he knew his ability to sense his surroundings was curtailed. He was also not able to sense through the special alloy used in the building. He focused on the Abyssals and didn't try sensing deeper. His mental sense couldn't penetrate through the floor's material. However, there were enough cracks and he was able to sense. Even though I didn't allow those bugs in, this is their warehouse. Of explosives. Boom. 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 A huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Pain. Gut-wrenching pain. Not a single part of her body was normal. Every inch of her skin was broken. Every bone, every muscle. How did I survive? She could feel her body but couldn't move it. Are they alive? She couldn't open her eyes. Her hearing was also non-existent. It was like she was thrown into a darkness. A hell where she could only be tormented for eternity. Even surviving right now was a miracle and her own initiative. Right when the Abyss Duke asked Crimson to sense something underground, she used her water powers. Jumping into the air, she formed water hands to push her teammates. Right then, the explosion occurred. She didn't know if she pushed them far enough. Explosion's intensity decreased exponentially with distance. That meant a few meters could decide life and death. Did I save them? They were only level 5. Unlike her, they couldn't use dual defenses. I'm sorry. Sarah apologized. Maybe she should have just listened to them. Just quit the mission. But this level of risk was unexpected. She knew the danger from explosives and was alert. But neither she nor Crimson found them. She never entertained the thought of explosives hidden under the floor. Because the alloy made for the floor itself was very hard, for the explosion to actually hurt them would require a huge reserve of explosives. This was the main hideout in the dungeon, not a warehouse of explosives. Or so she thought. Arg, at last, she was able to open her eyes. The building, walls, everything was gone. Beside her laid the gray-faced Abyssal. He was in a better position than her. He must have kept the defensive treasure ready. However, there was a gaping hole in his chest. His heart was punctured. He too had little time. Cough, cough. Blood trickled down his lips with each cough. His throat seemed to be barely working, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Sarah's hearing slowly returned. Yon will die. He smirked, his face covered with his blood couldn't hide his pride. Sarah wanted to move and strangle him to death. Her luck was bad enough. She leapt into the air to escape, but after explosion fell right beside this abomination. She did the only thing she could do at the moment. She glared at him with all her hatred. Not everyone, at least Varian, is alive. He is like her. She thought back to the eccentric junior and her face relaxed. What if he entered here? I can't rule out. She frowned. She didn't understand Varian much, but he was different from normal people. The Abyssal Duke looked at her changing expression and sneered. You're still hoping? Kiki. I don't like taking chances. If I do something, I do it thoroughly. He stated. Perhaps because he was going to die, and he knew it, he spoke his heart out. I wanted to assassinate your teammates one by one. But doing it outside meant there is a chance for escape. He looked into her eyes and declared. You all must die. So I revealed the location. You could have backed off. That'd be good for me. He grinned. Then next time, you won't be able to find the location. But if you came in, his face showed a cruel and almost savage smile, I'll kill you all, even if I die. Those other bugs should have died, but because of you, they are also barely alive. He twisted his neck and glanced in the other direction. Sarah tried to move, but she couldn't. However, despite knowing they would all die, she was relieved and her throat finally moved. She uttered, TGY, they will live, was what she wanted to say. Perhaps Lucas could survive? He was a body awakener and had great physical defense and resilience. If only he could move slightly and give the healing potion to others, their chances of survival would increase. Sarah hoped. And prayed. The Abyss Duke watched her intently and chortled. His voice was drying out. I said I will kill you all with certainty. Cough. He coughed and continued, look to your right. This is what you came for. And this will kill you and everyone. Sarah's breath stagnated, and she used all her strength to turn. As she turned her neck, she spasmed in pain. It was like all the nerves in her body were cut at once. Then she saw it. A large circular formation. There was a barrier surrounding it, which slowly faded out. The glyphs, the runes, and the arrays. Cross-tunneling formation. Only then did Sarah realize there was another floor below. After the blast, all walls and floors basically vanished. They collapsed and crashed onto the final floor. The floor which held the cross-tunneling formation. At that moment, there was only one thought going through Sarah's mind. If I were to die anyway, then at least if my death meant CTF falls into the hands of the army, I'd be happy. This was the last thing she could do, and she hoped someone from her team would heal and take the CTF. She held no hopes of survival. Even if one of them miraculously survived, it'd take hours. By then, she'd be long done. One bug is twitching. He might wake up. The Abyss Duke spoke. Hope glimmered in Sarah's eyes. The Abyss Duke's words mercilessly crushed them. I said you'll die for sure. That thing will explode in a minute. Sarah gave up. Everything was over now. Then she heard his voice. Varian peered through the smoke and dragged his injured body. When the blast happened, he was half a kilometer away. Despite that, he was inflicted some serious wounds. Without even thinking, he ran to the site. There was a huge cavity in the location where the building previously existed. It was like a large cone was carved out of the land. He slid down and reached the bottom. The metal debris littered the location. The rancid smell in the air almost made him throw up. His greater human smelling only made it worse. Survive. Survive. He muttered and searched. He wasn't sure if he could find everyone before they die. The radius of the bottom was almost 2 kilometers. There. Varian spotted a body covered in dust. Its flesh was almost gone and bones were visible. He tried to affirm whether that person was alive by hearing their heartbeat with his greater human hearing. However, his hearing was affected by his injuries and it would take a while before it went back to normal. Varian rushed to the person. The faint pulse told him that this person survived. Ecstatic, he poured the healing potion. It squirmed and slowly seeped in. This injury would take hours. He judged and held the person carefully. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was Olivia. She was laughing and joking with him a few hours ago, and now Varian channeled his space power and, with 5 teleportations, reached the normal ground and placed her down softly. After realizing that they might be barely alive, Varian pushed himself despite injuries. He soon found Crimson, Luca and Ivy. After teleporting them up and placing them out, he sighed in relief. Only Cap is left. She must have survived. He used his teleportation blatantly to search. The situation was critical, and if worst came to worst, he'd just admit he was a dual awakener. If his hearing was still normal, he'd have heard the voice of the Abyss Duke and found her. But it was only a what-if. Sarah. He yelled her name. In the distance, Sarah's eyes widened. Why? Why are you here? She was overcome by a mix of emotions. No. CTF will blast, he'll die. She struggled and yelled, GOESC ape. Unfortunately, her voice was too quiet. But she continued to yell. PLOASE, RUN, LEAVBLOST. With each yell, she felt her throat burn. In the end, she couldn't speak anymore. The Abyss Duke enjoyed the sight of Sarah's desperation. It was then, Sarah? Varian saw 2 bodies, an abyssal and a human, lying side by side. Without hesitation, a sword was plunged into the abyssal. The Abyssal Duke's gaze remained on Sarah even as the sword pierced his neck. His eyes were gloating. Varian approached Sarah and saw she was awake. He sighed in relief. Thank God. He administered the healing liquid to her and carefully picked her up. I get the feeling of déjà vu. Sarah's eyes moved around frantically. My bad. Varian thought she was angry at his words. Well, he was just trying to lighten the mood. Her body didn't move in his arms. But her mouth opened and closed. Again and again. No words came out. Varian realized she was saying something and followed her eyes. There, he saw a strange circular array. There were many aura crystals around it. At normal times, Varian would have been tempted to snatch them away, but now, looking at Sarah's expression, he realized something was amiss. Hold on tight, wait, you can't hold. I will hold you tight. He said and channeled his space power. Sarah's eyes were still looking at the array. Varian teleported and crossed some distance. Sarah's eyes showed her shock at his space powers, but they were still dominated by the fear. Varian continued to teleport and was halfway through climbing the slope. At that moment, his hair stood up, and he glanced back. A blinding white sphere expanded at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and the white light was halved. In less than a second, it would reach him. This is bad. Varian teleported once again. He was 1 teleportation away from the surface, and the white light caught up to him. Go. Varian channeled his space power hastily, and the world once again went dark. Then he stepped into the normal world, but this time, he was still a few meters away from the surface. The white light was already behind him. There was no time, and Varian threw Sarah into the distance. As the white light engulfed him, he tried to teleport. It continued to expand and disappeared just before Sarah. Sarah's body was in pain as she crashed into the ground. However, she couldn't care less about the pain at the moment. Drawing strength from the deepest parts, she stood up. And fell down. Her wounds worsened. The pain only increased. However, Sarah's mind was long past the point of pain. She stood up. Fell down. Again and again. She didn't know how, but she finally managed to walk. The pain of her bones breaking didn't stop her. Staggering, she looked around frantically. Sarah witnessed Varian using space powers. But his teleportation distance was short, and if he teleported, he should be somewhere near. Her legs walked her the distances her condition wouldn't allow. Her eager eyes searched everywhere. But he was nowhere. It was like he vanished out of the world. Sarah's vision blurred as tears dropped like rain. Her dry, heartbreaking voice resounded. Varian. Just a bit more. Arg, her condition didn't allow her anything more. Even though she tried her best, Sarah's body shut itself. The healing potion Varian administered slowly started to work. Sarah gave him a few potions before they headed for the mission. She wanted him to be prepared in case he encountered a level 3 monster. The quality of medicine was high enough and just kept her alive. Had she given him a slightly inferior potion, then she would have died. As she slowly collapsed, Sarah only felt endless darkness engulfing her, and she lost consciousness. Do you want to die? Seth growled at the security guard blocking him. Sir, please understand. This is privileged students' dorm. Even teachers need to take permission before they enter. The guard replied with a professional smile. I know Sarah. Check the logs. I visited her many times. He argued. But you didn't get her permission. The guard replied nonchalantly. She's not replying. I'll just ask her after entering. Seth clenched his fist. That's really regrettable, sir. However, I am unable to do anything. The guard replied. His words sounded sincere, but his face was gloating. Looking at the mockery in the guard's eyes, Seth lost it. He raised his hand and slapped the face of the unruly guard with the back of his palm. It was so sudden and was so fast that the guard couldn't even react. Crack. The guard spun and crashed to the ground. All his teeth were broken. Blurg. He spat his teeth out, along with a lot of blood. You think Xanders care about you? Seth's blood boiled. If Charles Xander didn't isolate Varian in the first place, Varian would have just gone to mission in a group and none of this would have happened. Do you think you're doing a service to humanity by suppressing a genius? Seth's face twisted, and he kicked the guard. Crack. The guard curled up into a ball as he felt his ribs break. Despite being a level 5, he was useless against Seth. However, instead of fearing, he glared at Seth. What do you know? You don't know what it's like to never progress. Spending years after years only to realize you'll never go higher. He winced in pain, but continued, will you pay my kid's tuition? Will you get him the defense armor so that he won't die in frontline? 2 wrongs don't make a right. Seth calmed down after 2 beatings and replied. If I don't do it, someone else will. Look behind me, there are some 20 guards. Someone will do it. He yelled without remorse. Seth fell silent. He hated the system. He hated the society more. He hated himself the most. I know exactly what it's like. Spending years realizing I'll never go higher. Seth sighed and was about to step forward. He saw a few more guards gathering at the gate. They were all looking at him with anticipation and greed. There was no fear among them. Bastards. Seth cursed and turned back. The guards were disappointed and looked at their injured colleague with envy. By reporting this to the Xanders, he'd earn more than his year's salary. If fear kept people away from Varian, then it was an incentive that turned many hostile against him. The whole system is rotten. Seth was on his way back to his dorm as he spotted a garden. It was the same garden where he became a tutor for the first time. The time when he gained this eccentric, talented genius. Varian. Seth walked in and reached the pavilion near the lake. The past replayed before his eyes. He still remembered their banter. You, little fellow, will be someone important. If I tutor you, won't I get even more respected? Seth's body trembled. He sat on the pavilion steps as he sighed in anger, sorrow, and despair. Their relationship was short-lived. He thought he was a madman, and he'd torture his pupil until he requested to reduce the training. It turned out his pupil was a bigger madman. Varian struggled in the initial days, but as he adapted to the training, he started waking Seth early to train. It was torture to wake up so early. Seth laughed, recalling those awful mornings, but the corner of his eyes turned red. He couldn't hold himself anymore and covered his face. He didn't know why, but his palms were wet. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "If only I didn't choose Sarah's team. If I picked someone else." The voice inside his head didn't stop. "Tutor Seth, we'll train 1 more hour today." His annoying greeting in the early morning. "Damn old man. Why are you beating me so much?" His curses after being beaten. "I'll tell Wendy you want to date her if you don't wake up." His occasional funny threats when he refused to wake up. Why? Seth stood up and took a deep breath. He lost his family once. He didn't know he would experience the loss again. "If I didn't ask you to be my pupil, you could have at least survived." After his contact with Varian, Seth believed even though it would be dangerous, Varian had more chances of surviving a solo mission. "I'll weed out everyone under this," he muttered. "Mr. Seth." A weak voice sounded. Seth looked up and saw Sarah's haggard face. "You." He was at a loss for words. "I'm sorry." Sarah trembled and clenched her fist. "He saved everyone twice. But we." Her words were struck in her throat. Seth wanted to scold her. Rebuke her. But in the end, it only turned into a helpless sigh. "How is everyone else?" he asked, his voice apathetic. "Thanks to him, they're alive." Sarah closed her eyes and said, "I only accepted him because of you. But for us, he..." She shook her head wryly. Seth felt something boil inside him and he declared, "I am proud of him." Sarah looked up at him in confusion. "I don't know what went through his mind, but I believe he did what he felt was right. If he saved you, it means he thought you were worth saving." A smile formed on his face. Sarah looked at him for a moment and said slowly, "Varian might be alive." "What?" "That white light ended just before me." Sarah recalled the scene she'd never forget. But the report said it engulfed him. Seth countered. He only wanted to know about Varian now. It was dangerous, but what he had to face was the edge of the blast, not the center. She looked at Seth and saw him looking at her with disappointment. "This is due to self-destruction of CTF." Seth's hopes vanished and he sighed. Indeed, staying at the edge of normal blasts meant receiving least damage. But after research on site, it was concluded that these blasts maintained a high intensity even before the end. CTF blasts weren't normal explosions. They worked on a space range. It was like the energy was confined to a particular space. That was the reason the white light disappeared just before Sarah. A normal explosion would have engulfed everyone there. "Still, we didn't find any traces of him," Sarah continued. "The Abyssal's body evaporated, and a majority of his cells were still present in the air. However, there's nothing of Varian except his blood," she said. "No," almost yelled. Seth was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Where is he then? He just can't disappear, right?" She looked at him and hesitated. She wanted to reveal that Varian was a space awakener, and had chances to be fine. However, realizing that even Seth didn't know about it, she hesitated. "You know space cracks, right? Cross-tunneling formation is essentially a setup for space travel. Its blasting could lead to opening of space cracks." She looked at the setting sun and hoped. "The word hope is too heavy for me to bear." Seth shook his head and walked away. His back was lonely. He didn't hope, or rather didn't dare to hope. The bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment. Space cracks were like random doors in space. They could lead to anywhere and nowhere. They could teleport half your body and leave the other half. They might leave you in a distant star system or even right above a star. No one knew. The only thing they did know was that unless one was a very high-level space awakener, chances of surviving space cracks was rarer than being born into the four powers. So, even hoping that he was alive was too much. I asked my father and even grandfather to search. If he is in solar system, we'll find, whatever condition he is in. Her final words were the weakest. Her father was the general of Earth's armed forces. Her grandfather was one of the 3 marshals and a sovereign. With their influence, finding a person would be too easy. Of course, if only said person was in the Human Federation. Seth stopped in his tracks and muttered, "It's not your fault he died. Don't blame yourself." Sarah stood there silently. She wished she could go back in time. But not even time awakeners could do that. All sorrow slowly turned to rage. Traitors. In an unknown location, 2 women in black were sitting. Enigma and Blue Flash. This time, their eyes were not covered. Enigma's eyes were full of indifference. Blue Flash's eyes were calm and composed. Blue Flash looked at Enigma stirring her coffee and sighed. They attacked the cadets with abyssals. "I know," Enigma said. Her voice was cold and aloof. She wasn't like this. But it was who she eventually turned into. Cross-tunneling formation is lost. Blue Flash shrugged. They were trying to acquire it since long. Sarah's team was the closest to acquiring it, but they, too, failed. Enigma didn't answer, and the scene fell silent. "Are you sure about that?" Blue Flash finally asked. "What?" Enigma shot her a glance and sipped her coffee. "Is it really possible for a creature stronger than Abyss King to exist? Aren't sovereigns the power ceiling?" She asked what everyone thought they had an answer to. A wrong answer. Kings aren't highest in the hierarchy, she said and tapped the cup with her little finger. Besides, sovereign is just a transition stage. It's not a ceiling. Blue Flash fell silent. If Abyssals really had such a strong person, then why did they resort to fighting humans with sovereign equivalents? If they used the higher power, they'd have defeated humanity years ago. Despite that, the situation was particularly disadvantageous to humans. Even though humanity gained the ability to protect themselves, they were still incapable of defeating Abyssal. Not a single offensive on Abyss was successful. This was the case with the overall powers of Abyssal staying nearly the same for the past 120 years. They must break the game or risk losing planets one by one like Pluto. The key to that was the girl in front. Enigma. Cross-tunneling formation. Enigma uttered. "We need it. I destroyed that thing once. Now they're guarding it strictly. To get in, there's no other way." Blue Flash nodded. Since they couldn't do anything if the power beyond sovereign level intervenes, then they should do whatever they could to neutralize the main power. Enigma was proclaimed the leader of Shadow Order after that incident. She was chased by the Archduke of Demon Abyss. Even though she escaped, the Archduke slaughtered 10,000 humans in a breath. Then a few of her friendly powers took the chance and branded her as the terrorist. From then on, there were multiple terrorist incidents under the name of Enigma orchestrated by some in the big powers, from both prime families and the small too. I found someone who can help us with cross-tunneling formations. She is a genius. Blue Flash smiled. Enigma merely nodded in response. She was always silent unless she had to speak. That was the case for today as well, but somehow, there was a different feeling to her silence. It was like, gather the info of Xander's vassals. Enigma stood up and exited the room. Pardon? Blue Flash followed. Enigma looked at the 14 moons in the sky. Neptune was beautiful. Its ruin was even more so. Julius Xander should live. However, his subordinates can die. Enigma's voice chilled. Yes. Blue Flash nodded and disappeared with a blue flash. She was aware of the animosity between the two. However, it seemed Enigma was busy these days and focused on her immediate goals. With Blue Flash gone, Enigma stood alone. It hurt at first, but now, she got used to it. The only thing that kept her going was the conviction that she was right. She clicked on her comm, and saw the highlighted information. The Army has announced a Federation-wide search for the cadet named Varian. The details are below. If you find him, alive or dead, please report to the Imperial Earth Defense Academy. The reward is personally guaranteed by Evander, Steelheart. Enigma glanced at the name and questioned. Varian, where are you? He heard some breaking sounds and everything went dark. He didn't know how he could even think right now. Did that mean he was still alive? Or was there an afterlife? Where was he? Varian felt like a soul without a body. There was only darkness and silence. It continued for periods he didn't know. Why do I try to save others? He questioned himself in the silence. Perhaps it was his childhood mission. Perhaps because he didn't know there was such danger. No, despite all the lies he told himself, Varian at that time was fully aware that it was dangerous to enter the site. He was risking his life. Having experienced the retreats by system, he knew that better than anyone else. However, he still dived in. He still wanted to save them, despite the risk. Of course, he wasn't trying to be reckless. He brought all of them to safety. He, too, could have escaped. The white light was an unexpected variable. I threw Sarah away at the last moment. Even if the explosion covers them, I hope they can live. He sighed inwardly. But he knew their chances of surviving that explosion were slim. In the endless darkness, without any external stimuli, time lost its meaning and his thoughts became his only source of amusement. They were also the only proof that he was still alive. Varian didn't know how long or short it was, but he felt something at last. It hurts. It fucking hurts. Even though he couldn't see or hear, Varian felt like a sharp blade was cutting every part of his body. Inch by inch. Damn. As he struggled incessantly, the pain intensified. Along with the pain came the light and sound. Varian's eyes snapped open, and he instinctively gasped for air. He tried to breathe, but his lungs seemed to be pressed by something. Ha. Ha. Varian's breathing slowly adjusted. The air went back from being the sticky liquid to normal. What was that? He wondered. He slowly stood up, flinching in pain as new wounds threatened to worsen. However, he noticed that his body was healing quickly. It was likely the work of the healing potion. If the healing potion is still working, then it shouldn't long before I entered this place. Then he began to assess his location. It was day. He was surrounded by tall trees. There was no creature in sight. He glanced through the canopy and found no suns. I ended up somewhere in the Virgin Dungeon. I think the rescue team would arrive soon. He focused his hearing and heard no dangerous sounds. He was about to relax, but he noticed one slight detail. Aura. The aura in the air had a higher concentration than Virgin Dungeon. Of the three areas, Outer Zone had the least aura and the Core Zone the highest. But even the Core Zone of Virgin Dungeon did not have this concentration of aura. Varian's breath stopped for a moment. Did I, by any ridiculous chance, end up in a mid-dungeon? Mid-dungeon started with level 4 monsters and ended with level 6. For a level 2 him, this meant a 100% death. At the same time, the system flashed a message. Plus 10 XP plus 10 XP, status, body path level 2, 180/200 space path level 1, 100/100, is that a consolation prize, system? He cautiously stepped forward in the woods. No host. Your body was subjected to pressure beyond its limit. It fought the pressure and your chi increased. So you made progress. Thanks. Varian smiled and got to the main issue. Where am I? This system is not a GPS, host. Varian cursed it without holding back. Do you know how useless you are? In every novel I read, system can do everything. It can tell location, find treasures, open stores, give missions, and sometimes even assume the form of a beauty. Perhaps to vent the tension from earlier, and anger at its rules, Varian didn't hold back. The system was silent. Haha. Even you have days you can't make a comeback. He smirked and kept walking through the woods. The density of trees was decreasing, and if the forest wasn't a weird one, then he would reach its end soon. Host, if everything is done by the system, why would it need you? It gave an unexpected reply. Indeed. If it could do everything, then why pick a host at all? If everything was so easy, then the host was just a product of the system's greatness. It could literally mass-produce them. Your destiny is not decided by this system. It is entirely up to you. This system is but one major element, but the player is yourself. Perhaps, because it felt Varian was thinking that his destiny was beyond his control, it clarified. He couldn't be blamed when every adventure he went on ended up in great danger. Aren't you omnipotent of sorts? Shouldn't you also be able to predict my future and where I will end up? Varian sneered. After all, this system did proclaim that his mom would still die even if he awakened early. So what was this system pretending to be? If this system was omnipotent, then it wouldn't be sealed in that bracelet by those bugs. It wouldn't have to wait for thousands of years to gain freedom. It replied curtly. Sealed. Why? How? What? Host, this system is not the strongest entity in the universe. Earth, solar system, even the abyssals are not even bugs to the truly strong. Alright. Now, I am not even a bug. He shook his head and reached the edge of the forest. In front of him was a vast grass ravine. Only if the grass was not orange, it would have looked like good old Earth. Just survive. Survive all the threats, and one day, you could stand on top of everything. Beyond this system, beyond the primordial tribes. Just survive. Wait, why is your timing so accurate? Varian felt his hair stand up and he immediately turned back. A large creature, no, a large rat the size of a lion, stared at him. Its skin was covered in red scales, and it had 4 eyes. Behind it was a larger rat. This one was the size of an elephant. Varian felt their aura. The smaller red-scaled rat seemed to be an early level 3. The latter was higher. So this is why you said survive. Fuck you, system. Varian cursed and without hesitation, channeled his chi, he ran for it. Varian glanced back and saw the smaller red-scaled rat. Usually, a level 3 should have caught up with him in no time. His only chance then would be dodging based on his agility. However, this rat was clearly a novice. Varian saw the path splitting into 2 in front. Instead of taking either, he leapt onto a tree and jumped onto a hill. Shoo! The rat couldn't adjust its speed and went ahead in the path. It had to stop itself with difficulty and chased him up the hill. Thanks to its high speed, it was always behind him, but Varian was able to avoid becoming its prey by exploiting its inexperience. But Varian felt the chi reserves in his body. They weren't depleted, but he wasn't in his peak condition either. The explosion injured him, and his actions in saving everyone took a toll. Later, the white light happened, and he ended up here with new injuries. I can't continue running forever. He slid down the hill, and just as the rat leapt at him, he jumped to his right. Crash! It slammed into the hill, and the impact resulted in gravel flying in all directions. Varian reached the bottom of the hill, and as he ran, he shot a glance at the rat. Some of its scales were broken, and it was slightly bleeding. Except for the minor injury, it was perfectly fine. The defense of scales is not as high as I expected. Then he glanced into the distance. Even with his greater human sight, the towering rat figure was almost invisible. So the mama rat is training the kiddo to hunt? And I'm the prey? He figured the intentions. Bitch, please. He didn't teleport till now to not alert the mother rat. If it was alerted that Varian was a bigger threat, it might hunt him personally, and that'd be the end. Despite that, his level 2 chi reserves wouldn't be able to outrun a level 3, even if that is a new level 3 and an inexperienced one at that. Just a bit more distance. Varian continued to sprint down the path strewn with strange green shells. The sight of the mother rat was longer than his. He had to wait till he reached a safe distance and then attack. Roar! The rat's squeak almost sounded like a roar. It was starting to get impatient. Just a few hundred meters. Varian wanted to soothe it before it died. Alas, it gave him no chance. Roar! After covering what felt like a safe distance, he glanced back for confirmation. The mother rat wasn't in his sight. It might have followed, it might have not. But he had to take his chances. He picked a mountain again. But only this time, it had a cliff. Come closer. He smiled. The rat chased him without any caution. As they climbed the mountain and were almost reaching the cliff edge, Varian spread his space sense. A sword appeared in his hand. One teleportation and you'd be out. Varian channeled his space power and prepared himself for the perfect moment. If the mother rat was still watching, then he had no chance of escaping in the first place and had to die in the end. If it wasn't watching, then with the precondition that they were outside its sight, he'd be able to escape far away. This was his bet to survive. He dashed towards the edge and the rat was a dozen meters behind him. Roar! The time had come. Varian gripped his sword and channeled his space power to teleport. Roar! He couldn't teleport. The rat leapt at him, and Varian felt his entire body go cold. He didn't have the time to question why teleportation didn't work. In the blink of an eye, the rat's molars approached him. In those moments between life and death, Varian flipped back into the air. As his body rotated, his back was exposed to the rat's teeth. Right then, he used space binding on himself. Thankfully, it worked. Crunch. Roar! The red-scaled rat bit on his back. His level 1 space binding barely managed to hold on for a moment before its teeth chewed on his flesh. Varian slightly pulled his back and saved his spine. But in the end, a large chunk of his back was bitten. SSSSSH at the same time, his sword thrust into the rat's eye. His abrupt change of move at the last moment meant the sword didn't go deep enough to pierce its brain. Roar! It wailed in pain. This was still a novice that didn't experience much pain. The cold metal piercing its sensitive eyes was the worst pain it ever encountered. Screech! It stagnated for a moment and didn't control its speed. Thus, with it leaping into air with high speed resulted in it reaching the cliff edge and only stopping a few meters away. Thud! With a large chunk of his flesh missing, his center of gravity shifted, and thus, Varian landed unsteadily. However, unlike the rat, he wasted no time in the pain and kicked at the creature in front. Roar! The rat was kicked off the cliff. Arg! Varian crouched in pain. The healing potion was still working and thankfully, he wouldn't have to waste the limited amount of those lifesavers. I need to get out before that big rat realizes something. Varian gritted his teeth and ran down the hill. He almost fell a few times. It wasn't from pain, but from the imbalance. Blood slipped down his back and trickled down his legs as he left a trail of blood. Exit. Dungeon exit. He set the goal and ran towards the exit. In any dungeon, one could point out the zones through the concentration of the aura. So Varian went in the direction where the aura thinned. I'll just need to exit. Earth or whatever planet this is, my cadet identity will help me out. Even though the healing medicine stopped bleeding, Varian was in no position to fight or even escape if he encountered another monster. Soon, he saw the white barrier. It was the dungeon's boundary, and touching it, he could leave. Plus 10 XP plus 10 XP body path level 2, 200/200, the chi in his body increased, but Varian was in no position to care. He didn't even think why his space powers failed, nor how he ended up in this strange location. Survival came first. Soon, he reached the white barrier. As he touched the barrier and saw the outside, his body froze. Varian's voice trembled. What? What? The next moment, small whirls of blackness crossed his body and Varian was blasted back into the dungeon. Crash. Arg! Varian fell straight on his injured back and winced in pain. Before he could even think, he felt the space power in his body riot. The space around his body constricted and relaxed. Varian felt like he was squeezed. His existing injuries only meant things turned for the worse. Not only that, but the pressure was increasing every moment. The black swirls circulated in his body and kept provoking the space power. If he didn't stop it, then his heart would be squeezed into pieces in a few minutes. Varian didn't even bother to check the surroundings and sat on the hard pebbles. He closed his eyes and focused on his space power. It looked white gas. Along with his red-colored chi, it was present everywhere in his body. Varian focused and tried to control it. However, it did not respond. What's happening? He endured the pain from his wounds and continued to force the space power. It was like an untamed beast, rolling everywhere and wreaking havoc. The pressure around his body slowly increased, and Varian was beginning to feel suffocated. I can do something. Yes. He observed the black swirls. They were in direct contact with his space power and they felt like part of the same group. They were together. First, control it. Varian focused on his chi and fortunately, it was still under his control. He controlled the chi and wrapped it around the space power. The white gas wriggled and tried to shake off chi. The pressure on him began to multiply. Varian felt like someone was clutching his neck and suffocating him. However, he persisted, and the pressure slowly subsided in a few seconds. This is not a solution. Varian kept his calm and tried to think of a solution. The aching pain of his injuries only made it harder. My space power is not under my control. But a high-level space awakener wouldn't have this problem. Why? Because their space sense is integrated with their space power. Unlike me, I can only order it to move. They move it like it's their hand. I move it like it's my remote-controlled car. Aha! Varian found the solution. Status, Body Path Level 2, 200 Space Path Level 1, 100 My only choice is to advance. To enter Level 2, Space Sense must be integrated with space power. Varian felt the space around him began to solidify once again. He could try to keep the space power down forever. But that would mean focusing on it every minute and not using chi at all. Doing that here was suicide. The only solution was to advance. He used his chi to hold the space power in place. At the same time, he spread his space sense around his space power and tried to penetrate it. The space sense wasn't tangible, but he could feel it trying to enter the space power. However, the entry was denied again and again. It is not working. Varian kept trying, and a few minutes passed. To integrate space sense, he needed way more time. But he didn't have any. Even now, he was risking his life sitting in the open. Come on. He tried to push through the blockage and enter the space power. Arg! The space power back lashed and the space around him was blocked. His body was completely squeezed from all sides, and Varian felt like he would be crushed to paste. He stopped his attempt. The pressure decreased to the beginning levels. Damn it. He punched the ground and clenched his fist. A pebble prickled his skin. Varian was irritated and was about to throw it away when, all of a sudden, the space power in his body calmed down. Huh. He checked his palm and saw a few pebbles. All of them were normal gravel except one tiny black one. He probed it with his space sense and felt it. It was somewhat similar to spacquart but different. It was more pure. Is this a space stone? His breath stagnated and without hesitation, he forced his chi. The chi wrapped a small portion of the space power and channeled it into the space stone. Then, pure space power flowed back into Varian. Varian used his space sense to join with this pure space power, and it integrated with ease. Wow! It was like opening a new door. That segment of space power joined the existing space power in his body, and his space sense also followed. Varian had a surreal feeling. The space power was now integrated with his space sense, and it was akin to his third arm. He could control it with ease, and no force could take the control from him. Out of my body. Varian willed. In the next moment, the black swirls were pushed out of his space power and left his body. Ha! Varian sighed in deep relief. The chi in his body suddenly boiled, and its connection to the body made a leap. Advancing to level 2 space path, advancing to level 3 body path. What? Varian was pleasantly surprised by his body path advancement. A large chunk of aura crystals in his space ring disappeared. The next moment, Varian felt a surge of strength. Despite his injuries, Varian was at his strongest. The chi in his body increased by a great amount, and all his physical stats rose by a large margin. At the same time, the space power in his body also took a leap. Congratulations, host. It was tough, but you used everything you had and survived. The system greeted. Varian didn't reply. He was almost dead if he hadn't fought that space stone. So was finding that space stone a compensation or balance to the danger he faced? Regardless, Varian was more curious about his current status. Status: Body Path Level 30/400 Greater Human, 70% Space Path Level 20/200, yes. Varian pumped his fist. At the peak of Level 2, his stats were only 40% Greater Human. Now, he was 75% stronger than his former self. A massive leap. With his Level 2 space, he would be able to teleport way more times and, more importantly, freeze space without contact. With these path powers combined, Varian had the capital to take on not only early Level 3s but also the Level 3s that were significantly ahead of him. That mother rat. I'll reciprocate your hunting lessons. He vowed. As the high of surviving and advancing cooled down, Varian had to face something he was running away from. The location. During his escape, he realized that he was in the outer zone since the beginning. That meant Level 3s appeared in the outer zone. Magic beasts were very strict about their hierarchy and wouldn't leave their zone. So, that meant the outer zone had Level 3 beasts. This did not fit any dungeon dimension. Varian looked at the white barrier and recalled the hostile dark space. Then he looked at the space stone in his hand. It should never appear in any dungeon. It was too precious. All these signs forced him to recognize the reality. His smile was wiped off and his body trembled. He couldn't deny the truth anymore. He would never be able to return to Earth. He muttered in despair. Lost dungeon. Humanity found ways to keep the magic beasts in the dungeon from breaking out and raided them instead. However, there was one thing about dungeons humans never mastered. Vanishing of dungeons. The first vanish happened many years after 300 YAB. It was treated as a hoax. Many questioned whether it was the job of a supernatural entity or the return of the Shadow Nation. Despite the eeriness, humans still flocked to the dungeons. A few more dungeons vanished. If it was public, then the economy that was just boosted by the dungeons would collapse. So the government, as always, was quick to suppress the news. The incidents were few and far between, so the issue was swept under the rug. It worked until a similar incident happened in 422. This time, it could not be shelved. Because the only son of a level 9 was also in the dungeon that vanished. It was dubbed as the Star Child Incident. Resources were directed to researching the dungeon and humans found out the truth. These dungeons simply didn't just vanish. They slipped into the inner space and stayed there for a long period. How did they go? It was unknown. Why did they go? Aura. Varian felt the thick aura in the air and sighed. Aura came from inner space to outer space. So inner space had a much denser aura. The hypothesis was that dungeons replenished themselves with the aura from inner space. In this process, a low dungeon would become a mid dungeon, a mid would become a high dungeon. The reverse was also true. Due to continuous exploitation by humans who only take away the precious material of dungeons, the aura of dungeon drops until it degrades to mid dungeon and finally a low dungeon. Then it vanishes for some time. It was a cyclical process. That meant he was in. Varian stood up and clutched his head. Tell me this is false. He pulled his hair and gritted his teeth. It's a lie. Lie. He yelled and collapsed to his knees. I am trapped. Varian shook his head and looked around. He hoped it was just a bad dream. That he was yet to wake up after saving Sarah. But nothing changed. The white barrier was still behind him and the grasslands were in front. Why? Varian's eyes reddened. The first lost dungeon reappeared 100 years after its disappearance as a high dungeon. Almost every lost dungeon took equal, if not greater, years. After the Star Child incident, detectors were built. Now everyone knows which dungeon is going to vanish. Varian tried to think straight. The Virgin Dungeon reports showed no vanish warning. That means... He took a deep breath. I somehow ended up inside a lost dungeon in inner space. He looked at his injured body and gawked at the truth. Staying here for 100 years. It was like someone knocked the air out of his lungs. He couldn't utter a word. Maybe this is the dungeon's last year? Maybe I still have a chance. Varian sat up all of a sudden. His eyes held hope. No. The magic beasts in the outer zone are still 3. The truth rang in his mind. When the dungeon reappears, the outer zone magic beasts are level 7. Level 3 to level 7 takes a lot of time. In fact, the majority of the vanishing time. Maybe 80 years. Varian slumped onto the ground and looked at the gray sky. 80 years, what the fuck? He tried to smile, but his body continued to shake. It was more scary and terrible than being jailed for 80 years. Varian closed his eyes and cursed himself. There were 2 voices inside his head. Why did you have to play the hero? I want to save them. You don't owe them anything. I just did what I thought was right. Stop it. His face twisted in irritation and he cursed. No one can escape lost dungeons. The voice inside his head kept saying. Indeed. Not even a sovereign could escape. Much less him. Varian stood up and glanced at the white barrier. A normal mission that normally would have given him points. It turned into a game of life and death. A rescue that most likely would have gone right. Now, he was paying the price. Boom. He punched the ground and his fist dug deep in. With bloodshot eyes, he yelled inside, System, I fucking hate you. When you give up, you fail. It reminded him that there was a possibility of survival. In fact, every danger Varian faced and overcame had little odds of surviving. But he was successful every single time. At normal times, he'd have listened. But now, he had no mood. Stop your BS. I can survive, but I don't want to be trapped in this goddamn place for 80 years. If this is your balance, then fuck you. His breath ragged, and he cursed. Your actions shape your future. The system said and went silent. TCH. Varian was still angry when. Roar, 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 in the distance, a dozen rats the same as the previous one rushed at him. They used a semicircular formation, and with the white barrier to his back, Varian was essentially blocked. Did they catch me by my blood trail? He wondered and instinctively wanted to teleport out. There's no teleportation to jump distance. Varian didn't know exactly why teleportation didn't work, but he had to deal with it. I must live so that he was still unaccustomed to his new strength. As the red-scaled rats approached, Varian felt their heavy auras. They were larger than the previous red-scaled rate, their dimensions resembled that of a car. Each of them was stronger than his previous opponent by a significant margin. Varian waited and, roar, a group of rats leapt at him. Boom! Varian's feet kicked the ground and with he jumped forward, below the red-scaled rats in the air. The huge rats in the air could do nothing, and things would have been fine. According to his estimates, he should have escaped. But despite advancing, his injuries were still not healed. Especially the injury on the back. This took a heavy toll on his performance. Couple that with the fact that every rat was stronger than him based on stats alone, things took a turn for the worse. What? The rats on the ground closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye and attacked him. The paws of one rat reached his back. Followed by another. And another. Damn! Varian dodged most of the attacks, but there were too many. Boom! Boom! The air blasted as the paws were about to descend on him. Varian used his space powers. He concentrated on the space power around the rat paws that were about to pounce on him. Creak! Creak! The new level 2 space binding was instantly broken. All his efforts boiled down to facing two paws. Varian didn't hold back. While solidifying the space around the rat's paws again, he punched out. Boom! Boom! Arg! Varian felt his insides twist. Crack! Crack! His bones creaked as they threatened to break. The next few minutes were the worst fight Varian had in the past year. His will seemed to be sapped away. One by one, his injuries, old and new, aggravated. Boom! Crack! The red-scaled rats were faster and stronger than him. I will lose, even if I win, there is no hope of getting out of this dungeon alive. The voice inside his head repeated. Boom. The most basic rule of battle was complete focus. However, Varian broke it. And paid the price. Schwa. Arg. He clutched his stomach as he felt the deep cut. It was not possible anymore. I lost. No one can get out of lost dungeons. No one. When all hope was lost, Varian saw the world go dark. Then it turned white, and he heard the crying voice of young Sia. We will die. It was followed by his young voice, one filled with determination. We'll survive. Remember, never lose hope. Such monsters were level 0s. Young Varian and Sia were facing such a foe. They both looked to be around 14 years. Young Varian's physique was refined, showing the signs of his arduous training. The gauntlets he wore were not star treasures and had many scratches on them. Sia held a black sword. Her hands were shaking, and there were tears in the corner of her eyes. There was a long cut across her hand. The pain caused her to cry out, and she tried to suppress it. Sia. His voice sounded. She looked at his back and stopped trembling. His shirt was torn in half. There were multiple cuts on his hands and back. However, he stood straight and glanced at his target with a firm gaze. I never killed any monster. I thought killing was bad. But... He looked at the monster in front of him and clenched his fists. To protect someone more important, it's okay to sacrifice some things. He said and dashed to the monster. Screech. The mantis lifted its blades. Come. Varian reached the large creature and raised his hand to attack. Swish. The blade cut through the air and aimed for Varian's neck. He ducked, and the next moment, he jumped. Die. He swung his fist with all his strength, and his gauntlet crashed into the head of the mantis. Crack. Screech. The mantis staggered back and screamed. Its head was injured, but it was not dead yet. However, the severity of the injury was so high that it collapsed. Young Varian landed on the ground and panted. He stretched his arm and muttered, to protect, if I must kill, then kill I will. Varian watched everything in silence and confusion. My first kill? What happened to my memory? He shifted his gaze to Sia. Her golden hair was dirted with dust, and she had many bruises on her arms and legs. She must be fighting as well. Sia, close your eyes. Young Varian said. And no. I will not back down now. I want to help you fight. Sia was trembling, but walked up to him. Her eyes were looking at the mantis that was shaking its head. Young Varian glanced at her injuries for a moment and then back at the collapsed mantis. All right. He smiled at her. Yay. Sia's lips curled up, and she pumped her fist. Then let's kill it together. He proposed. Sia staggered back and covered her mouth. Looking at the grotesque creature's head, and its blood flowing down its injuries, she had an urge to vomit. And no. Her head shook like a rattle's tail. Young Varian sighed at her antics. We were just searching for a place to train and encountered this thing. He walked towards the mantis and continued, one day, we have to face abyssals. I was thinking about this all the time. Some creatures you have to kill. He then pointed to the long cut on her arm and said, especially since it injured you. He raised his fist and, bang. Crunch. The mantis head was crushed to meat paste. Sia saw its head blown into pieces and the juices splattered all over. Vomit. She threw up and closed her eyes. She tried to forget the scene but couldn't. The scene of its brain juices gushing out was imprinted in her mind and refused to disappear. Vomiting just for this. TSK. It's true that young people have no experience. Even though he was almost dying a few moments ago, Varian felt lighthearted seeing the scene. As a response, vomit. Young Varian also threw up. Hey! Aren't I supposed to be mentally stronger? What happened to all the talk? He questioned. Sia couldn't vomit anymore. She looked at Varian and realized he too just finished. After cleaning themselves up, they walked out of the abandoned warehouse. I was just accompanying you. Varian suddenly spoke. In what? Sia glanced at him and covered her mouth. In throwing up, of course. Young Varian raised his hand and declared like it was natural. Pfft. Sia laughed and said, yes, sir. I'm very grateful. You better be. Young Varian nodded with a serious face. Haha. Then they both laughed together. As they exited the neighborhood, their laughter died down. Sia looked at her own injuries and saw his injuries. Then she pouted and asked. Why are you not afraid? Young Varian gave her a bewildered look. Of course I am afraid. But you don't yell in fear. I yell inside. Sia glanced at her feet and said. I don't like the pain. It hurts. I feel like I am the weaker one and dragging you down. Young Varian stopped. Sia, too, stopped and looked at him. He patted her and said, I cried a lot of times from pain. You're not the only one. He pointed to the injuries on his body and grinned. Each of these is hurting like hell. Especially the one that almost sliced my chest open. But my training hurts even more. He laughed out loud. Sia rolled her eyes at him. Honestly, what kind of madman was I? Varian face palmed himself. But he couldn't deny the optimism. Without knowing, he too was being influenced. Young Varian held her hand and started walking. Hey, why? Sia questioned, but didn't stop him. Why? You're still trembling. Young Varian pointed to her trembling body. She still hadn't gotten over the experience. Sia blushed and shook her head. It's all right. I hope that one day you will be a brave awakener fighting along with me. He chuckled. Sia's face brightened. I will do my best. Then stop trembling. He replied. Excuse me. Sia looked at him in the eye. And nothing. Young Varian looked nonchalant. I might never be able to be like you. she whispered under her breath. Stupid. Young Varian shook his head and said. Never lose hope. Say, I will never lose hope. I will never lose hope. As they walked into the distance, the scene crumbled and Varian found himself facing the fanatical rats. This time, the despair in his eyes was gone. I will never lose hope. Hope. I can't beat them with strength. He sprinted towards the white barrier. Roar, 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 I can't beat them with my speed. They soon caught up and leapt at him. Varian repeated his previous tactics and dodged all attacks, save for two. This time, instead of punching them back, he just guarded one attack and hurled his sword at the other rat. This left him exposed to the paw of the rat he attacked. Screech. It was a suicide move and thus, caught the rat by surprise. However, it was too late. Right as his sword plunged into its eyes, Varian blocked one of the attack with his arm. He slowed the other attack using space binding. Screech, the paw of the rat paused for a moment as it screamed from losing its eye. Coupling this with his space binding, Varian found enough time to just dodge. Boom. However, blocking the paw of a rat meant taking a strong blow. Cough, Varian staggered nearly to the edge of the white barrier. Blood flowed down his lips. But hearing the pleasant sound, they curled up. Thud. The sword was plunged towards the rat's eye and the rat itself was rushing towards him. This ended with the sword reaching its brain due to its own speed. One red-scaled rat died. Varian cut down the head of the rat in no time and held it in his head. Roar, 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 Varian's move enraged the 11 rats. They bolted towards him, baring their fangs. Their intention was obvious. Tear him to pieces. He was nearly at the edge of the barrier and he didn't have much room to dodge. This is it. My hope. Varian didn't flinch. He couldn't repeat the early tactic due to the obvious reason. The sword was gone. Varian focused on the 11 creatures approaching him at breakneck speed and locked one of them. Since he was just one person, and each of the rats had a huge body, not of all them would fit around him. Only 5 would actually reach him while the rest would encircle in case he tried to escape. Varian didn't you. Roar, roar, as they leapt at him, Varian ran backward while showing the dead rat's head. Roar. 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 They chased him to the white barrier and with him, they, too, jumped out. Varian once again witnessed the dark space. There was a suffocatingly dense aura in it. The space was also way harder. Varian knew that he wouldn't be able to influence it with his current powers. But more importantly, the black swirls attacked each and every one of them. Boom! Varian and the 11 rats were blasted back into the dungeon. Roar! 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 The black swirls wreaked havoc in the rat's body. They ran a bit, but suddenly slowed down. They raised their paw, but struggled to put it down. Varian collapsed on the ground, saw all this with a smirk. Success! The black swirls seemed to be space particles of sorts. They influenced the space around them. Varian focused on his space power and, unlike last time, he removed the black space swirls with ease. His body was heavily bleeding, and he was badly injured. He broke quite a few bones and tore many muscles. But there was a big grin on his face. He walked to one of the red-scaled rats. It opened its mouth to bite him. But suddenly stopped. The space was frozen. After a moment, it could move. Crack. Just then, Varian's gauntlet broke its skull. Roar. Roar. The remaining 10 rats were enraged and charged towards him. But, SHRR, the space suddenly tightened around them, and their moments came to a halt. They broke the space and continued charging. SHRR, it repeated. Again and again. Unlike Varian, these rats had no space powers. They couldn't just remove those black swirls and hence suffered. Varian didn't waste the opportunity he got after many risks. Thud. 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 Roar. Thud. With the last roar, the 12th rat was also slain. Ha! Varian smiled widely but the next moment, collapsed on the ground. Ouch! He landed straight on his most injuries. Looking at the corpses, he still couldn't believe it. He survived. Thank you. He muttered. I will never lose hope. Even though he was spent, he didn't dare to linger any longer. He begrudgingly got up and searched for a safe place. This time, he took care to cover his tracks. Varian's efforts paid off, and he secluded himself in a remote cave in a desolate area. Without constant fighting, the healing medicine finally began to show its effects. In a few hours, Varian's injuries were completely healed. His flesh had regrown, and his bones were fixed. All in all, Varian was back to his peak. He opened his comm in a glimmer of hope. As expected, there was no connection to the meta-net. He also tried to contact others and failed. Varian didn't give up and browsed through the database of the lost dungeons. Under current lost dungeons, he found a long list. Thanks. He chuckled nervously and checked them. In fact, he was quite nervous. There were quite a few dungeons with monsters in body path. Out of curiosity, Varian picked the Starchild dungeon. It was a thunder dungeon, but also had some monsters that specialized in body path. I haven't seen any thunder monsters yet. He shrugged and closed the comm. Let's assume the worst, I can't get out. Varian rubbed his chin. Then I can aim to become a level 9. Or sovereign. The system also gives some promises that I get stronger the more I advance. Maybe becoming a sovereign can change things? But what if there is a way to get out? Maybe I just don't know. He held his breath and continued. Then I'd need to be strong enough to check every part of this dungeon. Maybe it will have the clues to returning, if any. Then there's only one thing I can do now. Get stronger. His eyes narrowed, and a cruel smile formed on his face. Rat. In the process, I'm coming for revenge. The mother rat didn't know a tragedy was about to befall on its children. And the monsters in the dungeon didn't know a human was about to shake everything up. Dungeon had many ecosystems. Now, he was in a desert. An adult man would have fainted by just walking in such heat, but Varian didn't even sweat. A peak greater human could lift a military truck and level a normal building. Now, he had 70% of that strength. But it's not enough. Varian walked towards the white barrier. He couldn't appreciate it before, but now he couldn't help but appreciate the soft light. It was like the legendary moonlight. Moon. Moon used to emit similar soft white light in old Earth time. But after it was converted to a military base and second line of defense, Varian, or any human for that matter, couldn't see the white moon anymore. There was only a chunk of red metal in the sky. For the exchange of safety, the world sacrificed the beauty of moonlight. Only after losing what they previously took for granted did the humans realize what they've lost. Even though many regretted it, it was irreversible. From landing onto the moon to explore the deeper space to stop the abyssals invading Earth. How low did humanity fall? Varian shook his head and bent down to see the stones all around. I could just try my luck. He extended his space sense and scanned the surroundings. None. Varian shook his head in frustration and got up. However, his space sense slightly shook, and he picked a small gray stone. Spacort? He sensed its space power was far less and impure compared to space stone. Why can't it be a space stone? He sighed but placed it in his space ring. The space power in Spacort is impure and small. However, their quantities can give me some tangible benefits. My space power can improve. Varian continued to search and found a few more Spacorts. After ensuring there were no more space stones, he headed back to his cave. It was on top of a barren hill and was as wide as 30 meters. Its location was in the edge of outer zone. This meant the monsters that dwelled here were the absolute beginners of level 3. Varian was confident in suppressing even a horde of such level 3s. Hiss. As he was about to enter the cave, his heightened hearing caught a sound. Varian didn't flinch and stepped in. Shoo! A 10-meter snake as thick as a human bared its fangs at him and lashed its tail at him. It was a level 3 monster. The peak level 2 Varian would have struggled to deal with it. But him now? Varian just snapped his fingers, and the space around the snake froze a moment. Crack. Using its level 3 strength, the snake's tail broke the level 2 space binding. However, Shaw. A shark sword sliced into half across its length. Dinner confirmed. Varian smiled. Then he dug up the stomach section and found a small white sphere, beast core. Even though he had no immediate use for them, he developed the habit of collecting the beast cores he hunted. He wanted the beast cores of the rats as well. Unfortunately, after he recovered and reached the location where he slew 12 rats, it was too late. Varian only saw their skeletons and scales. Everything, including their beast cores, seemed to be eaten. In my injured condition, staying there to collect beast cores instead of escaping is suicide. He shrugged it off and sliced the snake meat into pieces. He held one slice and put the rest in his storage. Then, Varian formed a small fire using the primitive method and roasted the snake. A great human physique could not preserve itself based on aura alone. So whether he liked it or not, Varian had to eat. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad, and he finished his first meal in the Lost Dungeon and sat down to practice. With a flick, a dozen spakorts appeared in his palms. On top of them was a tiny rock, his only space stone. Varian channeled his space power into the space stone and it carefully guided it out, taking a small portion of the pure space power inside it. This space power entered his body and slowly merged into his own space power. After assimilating the new space power, he channeled his space power into the spakorts. The surrounding space fluctuated. It weakened and solidified. It twisted and stretched. Varian focused his space sense and trained it to this dynamic and turbulent form of space. At the same time, he stretched it slightly beyond its current range. During fights, there would be no static enemies. Varian was training space sense for battles and, at the same time, expanding at it. The cycle continued, and Varian lost track of time. With each cycle, his space power slightly rose and his space sense was increasingly accustomed to dynamic targets, with its range rising at the same time. After a while, he felt full. It was like he couldn't eat anymore. He had to give his training a break. Plus 20 XP Space Path Level 2, 20/200, the system's prompt greeted him. With it, a few aura crystals also vanished. 20 in one sitting? Are you serious? Varian was shocked. Host, using a space stone is too extravagant for humanity. It commented. I'm just making the best use of my opportunities. Varian shrugged. Space stones were formed in inner space. They contained the true essence of space power and were extremely useful to any space awakener. Many space stones get ejected to the outer space every year. Spotting them, however, was incredibly hard, and there was almost always a shortage of them. On the other hand, spakorts were formed in inner space, but also in the outer space with complex spaces. Since the Lost Dungeon was in inner space, many spakorts and space stones enter it every day. Thus, Varian was in supply of expensive training resources and he was using them unapologetically. His actions would drive any normal human mad. It was too extravagant for a level 2 to use space stone. Despite being immensely beneficial to space awakeners, not a single space stone was sold in the Federation. The only thing sold was spakort, and it was very expensive. The locations like Mirror Hollow Abyss which gave spakorts were limited in the number of spakorts they could provide. I could be executed if this is known. It's not a joke. Varian glanced at his calm and sighed. The stakes were too much. Any of the 8 planets in the Federation needed to be accessible in case of emergency. Even the latest space shuttles reaching the 10% speed of light would take hours, if not days, to reach the outer planets. So every planet had several teleportation formations exclusively for the use of military. All the space stones in the Federation went to maintaining and using these formations. But I want to survive first. Everything else comes later. Varian snickered and glanced at his palms. A lot of spacorts turned to dust while the space stone dimmed slightly. Spacorts, I can manage. But what if the space stone also runs out? Varian had a headache. He put them into the space ring and almost coughed out blood once again. Why are my aura crystals so low? There were quite a few before his advancement. Now only a pitiful few were left. Host, your advancement to level 3 consumed way more aura than expected. And remember, you have 2 paths. You will only need more of them. TCH. He wouldn't be able to break through to level 3 space path with them, much less level 4 in body path. I'm in a bad mood. Varian walked out of the cave and sprinted to the site where he fought the red-scaled rats. I'm in a bad mood. He muttered and carefully observed the ground. If you can find me, then I can find you too. He spotted the trails by which the red-scaled rats traveled to him. Revenge. He snickered and chased the trails. After a few minutes, he was standing in front of the nest. However, instead of entering, he sneaked behind the boulder at the entrance and restrained his aura. Then he focused on his hearing. Screech, roar, shriek, thanks to his greater human hearing, he heard at least 30 different noises. I can take down all the little ones. But the mama rat is a problem. Varian simulated a battle against the bigger rat and shook his head. He wasn't clear about its exact strength, but it was at least in the late stages of level 3. If he had to compare with his metrics, it would be around level 3 250/400. The first baby rat he fought would be no more than 20/400 of level 3. And the ones he fought near the dungeon edge would be around 60/400 to 100/400. He didn't win those dozen red-scaled rats in a fair fight. He outsmarted them. But I am strong enough to slaughter them. Varian then spread his space sense and observed the trails at the entrance. The footprints of the mother rat stood out. They were the largest and made the deepest impression. Of course, there were many such footprints. But the fresh ones were easily distinguishable. After inspecting it, he drew 2 important conclusions. First, the mother rat entered the cave a few hours ago. Second, there was no rat of size even near equal to the mother rat. So no father rat, huh? He chuckled and decided his plan. I can't win against the big one yet. But the smaller ones, be prepared to pay the price for almost pushing me to death. He hid himself and waited. As he expected, after a few hours, the mother rat took a dozen baby rats and trot out of the cave. Not only are you a baby machine, but you are also training your kiddos every day. With the obstacle cleared, Varian cautiously came out of his hiding. After confirming that the group was really gone, he entered the cave with a cold smile. Varian focused on his hearing, and tiptoed without alerting his prey. The tunnel widened, and the sounds of those rats increased. Varian was now able to estimate their numbers. At least 20. His smile widened, and he inched closer to the source. The tunnel ended, and a large cave came into view. Its area was easily larger than a usual mansion. 25 rats were frolicking in the cave. Some were cuddling. Others were sleeping. A few were mating. Varian sensed the aura of these rats and concluded they were all at the level of the ones that chased him. Even the strongest would be equivalent to level 3 100/400. After estimating the battle's odds, Varian drew out his sword and spread his space sense. I'm back, bitches. He roared and shot towards the closest rat. Screech. The rats were surprised and turned in the direction of the sound. Ting. Schwa. Scree. A rat couldn't even finish the scream as the sound of metal slicing the scales sounded, followed by a sound of metal slicing through meat. Its head rolled on the ground, and blood spurted out. The sheer pressure and volume of blood caused the sticky, purple liquid to shoot onto the walls. Varian already sprinted to his next target. Roar! Roar! The rats looked around to find the culprit. One such rat hurriedly looked back and saw something. It opened its mouth to scream, but the space surrounding its neck suddenly froze. Ting! Schwa! Splurt! Another neck rolled down and Varian appeared on the rat's corpse. The rats hurriedly turned around and finally found the intruder. Roar! Without hesitation, they rushed at him. Try! Varian dashed to a closer rat and swung his sword. The rat raised its paw to counter. But, schwa! The additional space powers ensured an unfair advantage and Varian slowed down the rat's attack while executing his own. The time it bought was negligible in other cases, but for a battle, it made all the difference. A 5-minute battle turned into an insta-kill. One more head fell. Roar! They roared in rage and confusion. However, there was also another emotion slowly brewing. Fear. Their instincts screamed at them and their ears perked up. At that moment, an impulsive rat already reached him and opened its mouth. Varian didn't care and used space binding. Without any physical contact required, space binding's utility skyrocketed. The space around the rat's face was solidified for a moment, but due to his space path being only a level 2, the level 3 rat was able to quickly break through the solid space. But that one moment was enough. The sword thrust into its eye and pierced its brain. Thud. The huge body of the creature collapsed. Varian looked around and saw the remaining rats looking at him. This time, they didn't rush to him. The survival instincts of the rats kicked in and they scurried to the cave exit instead. Ting! Schwa! Not so fast. Varian swung his sword, and another head rolled to the ground. He stood in front of the only exit to the cave and squinted his eyes at the anxious beasts. Screech, roar, perhaps, even with their undeveloped intellect, they were able to grasp their standing in his intention. They won't be able to escape without defeating him. Since there was no way out without fighting, then make the way on his corpse. The rats united and, roar, roar, good. Good. Varian laughed out loud and welcomed them. Roar. All the rats bolted towards him and raised their paws to take him down. Even the Varian now wouldn't be able to take all those attacks without a heavy price. He didn't have to. Varian bent his legs and leaned forward. The next moment, he shot towards the rats at a breakneck speed. Boom! His left hand held a sword, and his right hand wore a gauntlet. The moment they were in close distance, Varian locked the space around his surrounding rats. At the same time, his sword and gauntlet shot out at an insane speed. Boom! Schwa! 2 rats collapsed. One skull was crushed and the other's neck was severed. Boom! In the period when Varian attacked the 2 rats, the remaining rats broke the space blockage and attacked him. Varian twisted his body in midair and dodged most of the attacks. For the ones he couldn't dodge, he used space binding on himself and slowed their attacks. Creak. The paws broke through in no time and were about to smash his head. Varian punched back, and at the same time, kicked. Right before his body came into contact with his foes, he enforced his hands with space binding. Boom. Creak. Varian staggered back a few steps back and smiled. There were no injuries. He stepped forward and raised his sword. The rats stepped back. But their screams increased. Ha ha ha. A gleeful laughter resounded in the cave. Splurt splurt thud thud. The only sounds accompanying the laughter were ones of blood gushing out and bodies collapsing. Soon, Varian was the only one standing. Don't worry, I'll send your brethren to you. I promise your reunion. He sneered and collected their beast cores. As he reached the exit, the smile on Varian's face was wiped off. Roar. The mother rat was back. A/N, Discord link/KBKTTSRPB. The mother rat saw the purple blood dripping from Varian's fingertips. The same purple blood inside it boiled and it let out a deafening roar. Roar. Varian covered his ears and stepped out of the cave. He didn't run first. If he did, he'd be caught up in no time. By time, distract, avoid. Various choices popped in his mind and Varian saw the 4 eyes of the mother rat turning bloodshot. Time was pressing, and Varian took the initiative. Pop. He picked out a beast core from his space ring. It was a red-scaled rat's. The mother rat's gaze was fixed on the beast core. Sensing the familiar aura of its children, it went crazy. Roar. That was the final straw. Mother rat legs bent and it was about to pounce on him. Take your babies. Varian hurled the beast core into the distance. Roar. It roared and instead of rushing to him, it pounced toward the beast core. All right. Here goes. Varian dashed in the opposite direction. He bet that the mother rat would value the beast cores more than him. He was right. Beast cores were the most important part of any magic beast. They were akin to the aura storages. The beast cores absorb aura from the surrounding automatically. Roar. The mother rat's roar sounded from the distance. Varian didn't hesitate and threw another beast core away from both him and the mother rat. The mother rat bolted to the beast core. Varian used this opportunity to widen the distance a bit more. Humans used beast cores as the aura engines of star treasures. A thunder star treasure needed the beast core of a thunder beast and so on. Since beast cores would replenish the aura within themselves, a star treasure could be used until a long time. Roar. The mother rat roared once again and Varian repeated his trick. This time, however, he threw 2 beast cores in opposite directions. The mother rat also continued its chase to the beast cores. Until dungeons appeared, humans were using aura crystals to create star treasures. It was incredibly inefficient since aura crystals needed to be replaced regularly. Then beast cores happened and the star treasure industry reinvented itself. The only downside was that humans couldn't absorb aura from beast cores. It was too chaotic. Crunch. The mother rat reached the beast core and devoured it. The beast core quickly dissolved inside it and its own beast core attracted the chaotic aura. It would slowly be refined. Unlike humans, magic beasts could eat a beast core and absorb the aura. This worked only if the beast cores were of the same divine path. Varian continued to widen the distance. However, the thought of a mother eating the beast core of its own child sickened him. Roar, roar. A few more iterations and Varian finally threw off the mother rat. The mother rat too stopped chasing him. There were 2 reasons. One, Varian pulled too much distance and it would likely fail to capture him. The second being the most important. It had to digest the aura inside. It'd take a long time. Varian didn't top and sprinted back to his cave. After habitually checking the perimeter for safety, he collapsed on the ground. Even with his greater human physique, he was drenched in sweat. If that fat rat didn't go for the beast cores and instead came for me, then I'd have had a hard time escaping. Varian concluded. It was a risky move. Even though magic beasts wouldn't kill their own kin, they would eat the beast cores without any remorse. However, if the red-scaled rat was any sensible, then it would have killed him first and then picked up the beast cores. But that's not to say all magic beasts will do the same. Rats are at the bottom of intelligence. If it was a monkey or an ape, they'd be smarter. Varian felt lucky, but soon decided he was actually unlucky. It wasn't even a quarter hour, and it rushes back. Aren't you too worried, mother rat? He mocked. But I'll reunite you guys once I get stronger. He wasn't a person to start enmity. But he surely was the one to end them. System, how long would it take for that rat to digest the cores? He rubbed his sore legs and asked. If only teleportation somehow worked, things would have been far easier. At least 1 full day. Whoa. Varian gaped. It can only absorb around 35% aura. The rest is wasted. The system stated. Its mechanical tone somehow sounded smug. What about you? You also use the aura crystals, right? 100% efficiency, of course. Plus, this system saves you tons of time. You just need to fight and grow stronger instantly. It sounds a bit too good to be true. Varian rolled his eyes. You'd need way more aura crystals than a normal awakener. It stated slowly. I knew it. Varian huffed and his shoulders slumped. Then he checked his space ring. All the beast cores were emptied along the way. Varian counted the pitiful aura crystals, and they amounted to only 10, they were Sarah's gift. I hope I can get out of here alive. He sighed. Aura crystals, spacorts and space stone appeared in his hands and he started meditation. The cave was awfully quiet as the space fluctuated. Varian practiced his space path for some time and devoted a greater amount to his body path. After a few hours, the results were evident. Plus 5 XP plus 20 XP, status, body path level 3, 5 out of 400 space path level 2, 40/200, why so slow? Varian grimaced. If normal awakeners heard his swords, they'd chase him to the ends of world. If he spent all his time practicing on body path, he would easily reach the peak of body path level 3 in 40 days or around 80 sessions. That was a ridiculous speed. 40 days is too slow. Even if he were to accept it, Varian faced another problem and checked his space ring. Another aura crystals was gone. Only 9 left. It was time to replenish his stock. Aura crystal hunting. Varian stood up and exited the cave. Aura crystals must be present in such an aura-rich dungeon. The first one to find them would be magic beasts themselves. The stronger the magic beast, the more likely their nest contains something valuable. Thus, Varian checked around the abodes of various monsters. None showed any signs of possessing aura crystals. Continue. 3 days passed with no results. It seemed that despite having a dense aura, aura crystals were hard to form. Of course, Varian wasn't slacking off. Body path level 3, 15 out of 400 space path level 2, 60/200, the progress of space path slowed down. This is the 30th beast lair. Varian glanced at the sharp mountain in the distance. The mountain was in the middle of a huge forest and was home to a group of apes. A river flowed by the mountain, and he saw the clues in it. Varian found a few white shards floating in the river. After careful inspection, he concluded they were pieces of aura crystals. There was no major magic beast nest nearby except this one. I'm almost certain. Varian restrained his aura to the minimum and sneaked to the mountain. Time to fill my pockets.